Hello. Just doing a bit of a mic check and then we're going to start real quick. Perfect. Okay. We can start. So, I don't know if any of my usual viewers will probably join at this time, but it's a bit of an earlier start because I wanted to do something a bit different, start early on. But I hope you guys are having a great day so far. A great Saturday. We're going to be moving on into creating really soon. Just letting people know and stuff that would join. Yeah, to get a few people on the live would be great to see. Just looking at a few things. Okay. So, if you guys weren't here yesterday, it was our like 4th stream, I think, of this home, or was it the 3rd or something like that? And this is pretty much what we ended up getting up to, which I think is pretty decent. We did quite a bit. Like, as you guys can currently see, we had like 3 streams doing the exterior of this build. It still doesn't really look 100% complete yet. I still need to add a few things around it to make it feel a little bit more like kind of complete. So we might actually do that first today and before we go back into the interior. So if you guys haven't seen, we have actually started off with the interior yesterday. So we have obviously we have the floor plan, which we kind of did together in like 2-3 streams ago. And now we have this, which is pretty much where we have our very minimalistic monochromatic kitchen area, a very cozy little seating area, lounge room. Right next to we have the entrance, and of course the main dining table area, all kind of just like squished together, which I really love the look of it so far. But I feel like before we move on into adding, we also created this little note, I completely forgot about this, from the laundry day stuff. But before we move on into adding some more extra furniture into the interior, I think we're going to start off with the exterior and just like make it feel a little bit more complete. I do have the reference image open in front of me. There we go. It kind of just closed on me, but hold on. Let me change the rotation thing. There we go. Okay. Because I want to see what I'm actually working with. Sometimes it gets a bit tricky. Even though we did actually complete 90% of the exterior, I still want to see what's going on. So we have, you know what, in the reference image, there's actually a little bit more terrain stuff going on. I don't want to do like too much because I feel like we've done enough already. Like we have a little slope going into like this little garage area. We're going to get rid of those rocks. We have this little indent within the actual foundation area itself, which I think is pretty cool. I really like that feature. But around here, I'm noticing that in the real life image, it kind of looks like dirt, like all the way around. So I'm thinking if we do something like that as well, rather than just using a lot of rock, a lot of the grass texture, could be a nice little difference, and it can also match the rest of the reference image a little bit nicer as well. Could also mix it in with a few of this like grassy ones as well, so it kind of matches the reference image. And in case you guys are wondering if you guys miss any of the live stream, it will obviously be uploaded on YouTube as well, so you guys can check out there if you guys want to. But for the time being, we're just going to focus on adding a bit of dirt and stuff around here because I feel like that's just going to help make it feel a little bit more realistic. Not realistic, but like kind of more true to the reference image. Let's also do a few around here as well. And I don't really know if I like this huge red patch that we have over here, so might have to tint it a little bit with a few of the green. Oh, that's a bit too bright. Let's go for something like this. There we go, a bit more muted, so it's not too like in your face, you know, because I feel like that dirt color is kind of sharp and very detailed, so if we kind of like avoid it, I think that will look a little bit more interesting. We can obviously refine our version a little bit more as well, but I think covering it up is going to be the way to go, at least in certain areas. And we also mentioned how yesterday this little path that we have over here is a bit too it's a bit too like it just cuts off immediately, so we should do something about that as well. And I think it'll be really cool if we can try to blend it into the grass and the dirt that we have over on this side. So I'm going to go for a very soft brush and just try to like bring it out a little bit, but nothing too crazy, just trying to make it blend in with the rest of the environment. Maybe something like this. We can even try to create like a fake sort of like curve around here to seem as if you like kind of always enter it like off of a curve. I think that can also be pretty cool rather than just having something like super flat. So if we do something like this, it kind of looks like you're kind of just curving into the driveway area. I think that looks pretty cool. We can obviously refine it a little bit more as well for the time being, because it's definitely not how it has like kind of been in my mind, but it does also kind of look a bit interesting. The reference image kind of had just like a flat concrete road. I think that kind of just, not concrete, but whatever the flooring material is in that image, kind of just like a straight line that kind of connects to the road. Obviously we're not building within an environment like that, so we kind of have to improvise a little bit and get a bit more creative. But yeah, I'm just going to add a few more little details like this over here. I'm also going to make the path a little bit smaller as well, because I'm noticing that it's getting a bit too big. So if I just cut it out like this, there we go. Maybe even define it with a few of them, something like that. I think that looks pretty cool. And we can also go for dirt again with the grass and just like kind of keep going at it, just so it kind of blends in nicely. And there we go. I honestly am really kind of like happy with that. We could also get rid of this little bit as well. It doesn't really matter too much, but could low-key kind of like make a bit of a difference. Maybe I should get a smaller brush and then do something like this. There we go. Just so it doesn't like clip into the edge of the lot. We can also do a little bit over here. Yeah, I think that's pretty cool. I think that's pretty decent. It makes it look a little bit more realistic. And we should also add a few extra foliage pieces along this side as well, since we have a bit of like these like dirt patches and it goes outside of the lot as well. Can't do much about it besides just add a few foliage pieces, you know. Let's just add a bit of that, and let's get a bit more of this grass dirt texture as well. Let's see. Kind of want it to follow the shape that we have going on at the moment as well. Because if we don't follow the shape, then it's not really gonna look obvious that it's kind of like turning, if that makes sense. Essentially something like this. I would have wanted this to be a little bit more curved, or like maybe like a little bit smaller, but just like have more of it going on, so it kind of just blends in with the environment a little bit nicer. There we go, something like that potentially. And then this one also looks a little bit too overgrown now, so we need to kind of reduce the size of that one as well and just go along the path like this as well. That's not too bad, to be honest. It kind of just like gets the point across, you know, and it kind of also follows the driveway sort of pathway as well. And I think something else that's going to make it feel a little bit more complete as well is if we add a few stones and stuff in between. But before we do that, I want to kind of make sure that it actually works together like this. There we go, something like that. To be fair, I did actually prefer it without any of like the foliage as well, to be honest. Like, I do actually like it when it's bare. I don't know, you guys can let me know in the comment section if you like it like to be a bit more complete or just without it. We could also just like I was trying to make it work, but it just wasn't really fitting with what I was going to go for. I do like the idea of adding some sort of like plant or like foliage around here, but maybe it's just something like this, like something really subtle. Maybe not even like following the path, just something like in between over here, since we do have a bit of those random variations between like the actual world itself. We also get this little path over here as well, and kind of just place one right over here. There we go. So like, I think that looks a lot better, like something just a bit more subtle. And we should also add a few rocks in between as well. I think that's going to be really cool. So I'm gonna obviously use the small base game ones because they're just a bit easier to work with and everyone has access to them, you know, so it's just a bit more convenient to go for these ones. So we're just gonna place a few of these all the way around this entire area. Let me just size it down as well. And that should be it, to be honest. We can also use a few of the other rocks that we got. This one came from Adventure Waste in particular. I don't really mind like merging a few like different colored rocks in between each other, so I think that could be pretty cool. We should also add a few lighting fixtures as well. I think it will look very nice in the nighttime if we add a few details like that. So let me go to the, what is it called, fountain decorations, I think. I swear it was in here. Probably not. Probably pool objects. There we go. Alright. So I'm just going to use these saucer lights and I'm going to size it down. And I'm basically just going to place it like kind of evenly and fairly throughout this entire building. So if I just place like one over there and another one this side. Could also do another one in the middle, to be fair. But I feel like I don't want to like overpopulate it with so many different spotlights as well. The main goal of this is kind of just to brighten up a little bit when it's nighttime, just so it just like, you know, still looks nice at nighttime. We're gonna place another one right over there, and we can also do another one on this side as well. Why not? And then we could, I think that's pretty fine, to be honest, for now. And we can also just add a few more around here, so it kind of just follows the path that we have going along for the driveway. We can also do the same around here as well. I noticed that this part isn't really that like the sizing might look a little bit weird, but hold on, what if we kind of just fix this? There we go, something like this. So it kind of is like a little curve over here and then it kind of goes straight diagonal. I think that's going to look a little bit more interesting. So if we do something like that, there we go, I think that looks a little bit better. And also do the same thing right over here like this. So it kind of just looks like a bit more of like a sharper path, you know? So even if there's not really a path there, it still kind of makes sense as to where it's going. And also add a bit over on this side. I don't know if this area feels blank. For some reason I just want to keep like adding to it. It's like the foliage and whatnot, but I feel like it is also kind of fine at the same time. I don't need to go and do too much detailing for it, you know? So let's also add a few of the spotlights around the actual building itself as well. So maybe in like these inner balcony bits as well. Could be pretty convenient for lighting. And we can also do a few on this foundation area as well. So let me just add a few over there, and let me add another one over here, and pretty much just like in like these small little crevices that I think is going to be kind of nice at night time, you know. And we can also do the same thing for this floor as well. We can also make it a little bit smaller as well, just so it's like less noticeable, but it still provides enough lighting for you, you know. So I'm just sizing these base game saucer lights down just a little bit, just so they kind of don't sort of like stand out too much. And I'm going to place a few around the barbecue area as well, so maybe like a few around the entrance, and then we can also place like one around here, another one. We can pretty much just like follow this entire custom fencing area, which I think is going to look pretty cool. I'm just going to go all the way around it, just like this. And I feel like that is pretty decent, you know, like it just following the gate. It just makes it feel a little bit more simple, rather than having like so many different hanging wall sconces and whatnot. It's just a little bit easier, a bit more effective for like a modern home, in my opinion. We can also add a few around here as well. So if we just test that at night time, it should look pretty decent. Like you see, like with these small little details like that, I think that looks pretty cool. Could also add a few around here as well, because it is looking a little bit lackluster. I know we're going to come back to this area at one point, but we just never really got around to doing it. Let's also, we need to add a few on this side as well, but you guys can kind of like get the point of where it kind of, the kind of vibe that it kind of gives off, you know. Maybe I can move those about a little bit. Could also add one of these over here as well. That's going to be pretty decent. Yeah, let me add a few more wall lights. Oh, sorry, floor lighting on this roof area as well. Something like this I think is pretty decent. We could also add one like right beneath here, just so it like casts a little bit of light. I don't know if it, you know what, that's actually not that bad to be fair. It does actually cast a bit of light there, so it's pretty decent like that. And let me just add a bit more lighting over on this side as well, and then we'll just change it to daytime and then work on the rest of the exterior, which we definitely need to finish before we move on into the interior area. There we go. So that is pretty much it, I think, for the lighting. And we should definitely add a few more trees around. I'm kind of noticing that we haven't really done a lot of trees. So that might be the only thing that's kind of feeling a little bit lackluster within this entire build. These trees are humongous, but I feel like they look really nice, so they kind of get a pass. They kind of have to be used throughout this entire build. And especially since we are working within Granite Falls, which is literally a forest environment, so kind of worked out. I'm gonna add a few of these, a bit of like these grass hairs as well, just along the side over here, just so the bottom of the actual trees don't feel too bare. Can add a few of these plants as well around the edges. Oh, we already have another one on that side, so that's fine. And then we can add a few of these along this area. There we go. And you know what, we've been, as a group, we literally been worried about this little area, so I don't know what we're going to do about that. We need to fix this little area as well, so let's do that real quick, because we want everything to be a little bit more even in height, and we can currently see that they're kind of floating. So let's just fix this little area real quick, so nothing is really floating. That will raise it up a little bit, which is kind of annoying, but I mean, we kind of have to fix this little area for the time being. I'm just going to place these back where they were, because unfortunately they didn't want to move by themselves, so I have to do it manually. So let's just move all of this. And in case you guys are wondering, we are using base game fences and fence pieces, so we're trying to get like a really custom look on this build in particular, so that's kind of like the main reason why. So you're just going to add a few of these fence pieces all the way around. It's kind of worrying me that they're not really matching anymore. They literally were oh wait, you know, it might be because of this one. Maybe I need to put this one a bit more inwards. I think that might have been my issue. I think I pushed these ones out a little bit too much outwards. So it kind of prevented them from connecting like they did before. So I'm just going to move it all the way back again. There we go. I think that should probably help it, I think. Hey Urban Guy, welcome to the stream. Hope you're having a great Saturday. Thank you for joining today. I really appreciate it. Usually you're one of my my night owl viewers, so I appreciate seeing you in the daytime as well. But yeah, I have a lot of people who watch me during the night, which is a bit more of like a chill vibe, but I wanted to try doing something a bit different and live stream a bit earlier, see how things go. But yeah, the back end area is still worrying, so don't worry about that. This area still needs a lot of work as well, but there's a lot to do with this build. It just never ends, despite being so small. Just trying to add details into it, and it's just never ending. But yeah, yesterday we did a lot of the interior. Well, we started on it at least, and then I kind of rushed into it because I didn't want to do any more for the exterior. But then I was like, you know what, if I do like a daytime stream today, I can just spend that time doing the exterior with you guys, which I think is going to be a bit more of an interesting sort of live stream, because I'm kind of like interchanging between the two. But yeah, and then we will eventually get on into the interior as well today. I just want to kind of make the exterior feel a little bit more complete for the time being, because I wasn't really happy with it, to be honest, when I looked at it this morning. So I was like, let me just hop on real quick and try to solve that, because it kind of looks like every single tree was like so separate from each other, and it definitely doesn't look like a forest, you know. I kind of want it to fit in with the environment. Fairy Princess, thank you so much for the kind comment. I really appreciate it, and welcome to the stream. I really appreciate you having you here on this fine Saturday. Hope you're having a great Saturday as well. But yeah, really glad to hear that you are enjoying the builds and stuff. Thank you. But yeah, just gonna add a few of these. What are these, like fern plants or something? I kind of want to add these all the way around the entire build. Wait, I was supposed to add that over here. What am I doing? There we go. And then just add a few little extra details around it. Let's see. I don't want to add a few variations, but oh, we could also go for these as well, but they're not really that vibrant, so I'm not going to use them. But I'm going to just add a few of those over there. Oh, that was an accident. So here is the little worrying area. I don't know what to do with this little area, unfortunately. We tried to turn it into like a little pond area, but that didn't really work out. So we need another solution for this like little area. I could just add a lot of foliage and stuff, but I don't know. I feel like that's like an easy way of like getting out of making it look interesting. I want to make it look visually appealing, you know, that's kind of like the goal. But it's kind of tricky to do that. I'm thinking, what could we do? Like, and this entire like little hill area as well is relatively empty. I'm thinking, would the roof sculptures they kind of, but at the same time they don't clip like correctly, so it's a bit annoying. Like I wish it kind of like it followed the shape, so this kind of was like diagonal, like the plant, if that made sense. So it kind of just like gave me a bit of an opportunity to like create custom foliage designs, but I don't think we're gonna be able to get that. So you know what though, this little bushing is not that bad. Hey Goddess, welcome to the stream. Thanks so much for joining today. Hope you're having a great day so far. We're just continuing on with the build that we've been doing for like the past 5 or 6 live streams, but I'm really happy with the way it's looking so far. We're just trying to complete the exterior. I don't know if you guys were here yesterday when we did the interior, but we started off with the interior. I'll showcase that real quick. 1 second, let me turn that off. We started off with the interior yesterday. We kind of just like made it like a nice little combo with all the color schemes and stuff for the dining table area as well. Definitely used a few object pieces like this chair that I haven't used before. Cozy little seating area with the 2-story views. I really love the way this is turning out as well, especially with like the hanging chandelier bit. Fairy Princess, thank you so much for sending your also. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I appreciate that a lot. But yeah, we have like this little hanging lighting fixture piece that is kind of like a two-story look for the living space area. I really love the way this is looking, and I hope you guys would agree with me on that, because I feel like it kind of is like a bit of an interesting take for like a cabin-y type of home like this. I don't even know what this kind of home would be like classified as. Like is that like a cabin home, or is it like a modern sort of like forest mansion or manor? Like, I don't know. You guys can definitely name it, and you know what, I'll actually change it here and name it the title of the video if you guys want me to. Like, if everyone just agrees on one name in particular, I'll definitely like a bit of like a contribution like that. I think will be kind of fun. But yeah, I'm just gonna continue adding a few more stuff in the exterior, and then once I feel like I'm kind of like happy with it, then I'll probably move on into doing the rest of the interior with you guys today as well, which I think will be very fun, because we hey, definitely thank you for following me. I really appreciate it very on TikTok. But yeah, once I'm really happy with the exterior, I'll definitely move on into doing the interior with you guys today as well. But you know, we did something yesterday or the day ago where we tried to do like a little pond sort of area over here. I'm gonna try to do that again. I don't think it's gonna work. Like, I don't think it's gonna look good, because it's kind of like in the middle of nowhere. Like, you know, like it's kind of right where we have the dip. But I don't know, it could have been really cool if you had like a, hold on, I kind of got an idea. Wait a minute, if I added like a little custom swimming pool, like an overflowing one, wait, that might actually be a really cool idea. If we get rid of the hot tub, like the hot, what is that called, like a hot spring, there we go. I kept calling it something else in my previous streams, but it is a hot spring from Snowy Escape. What if we had like a pool area over here with a infinity edge pool, and then we had like a not a fountain, a what is that called? Why am I forgetting my words today? You know, like there we go, like a waterfall effect, and then it kind of falls into a lake, like a small little pond lake type of situation at the bottom. What do you guys think about that? That could be kind of cool, a bit of like a creative element to incorporate into this build. So before it kind of looked like this, I was kind of happy with it, like the hot spring. I didn't really mind it at all, but this idea just came up to me like right now, so I feel like it could be quite a good design. We could try to create it, and then if we don't like it, we'll just add the hot spring back. But if we have like a little pool like this, let me change the foundation on it though real quick. This definitely was not what I had in my mind initially, but it could work pretty nicely. So let me just give it a go, and then if we don't like it, we'll change it. So let me go for flattened terrain. Let's do like really harsh, and you know what, let's just flatten all of this completely, because we want to make sure that this edge is going to be as smooth as possible. Well, it doesn't have to be as smooth, but you know, we'll get rid of the fencing as well around it, so that's not a problem. But you love the idea? Okay, we'll definitely give it a go, because I feel like, you know what, I kind of went kind of want to try something new for this build in particular. Oh, this is a bit too strong. Let me reduce that real quick. Still very quick. There we go. We're kind of like a snail around here. We'll go really slow. I mean, that is too slow. I kind of want to go slow so I can be a bit more precise with what I want to do. But yeah, I really love this idea of having the waterfall edge of the swimming pool. I think that's pretty cool. We won't make it this deep, but just for the sake of the water working for the time being. And if we don't like this idea, we'll definitely change it. So it's not like a permanent solution, so don't worry. If you guys don't like it, by the way, you can definitely let me know. Like, I won't, it's not a big deal if you guys don't like it. I'll definitely go back and like change it, because I'll probably be mutual with you guys. I'll be like, yeah, you know what, I agree, it's not looking that great, so let's just change it back. So if we create like a little pond sort of situation of it, and that means we're also going to be able to design and like change a bit of the colors and stuff for the pond as well, which I think could be pretty cool. That honestly isn't too bad. Like, I actually really like the way that's looking. Let me also, see, the thing is, I don't want to mess up too much of the, I just want it to cover so that this part is like visible, you know. Well, you know what, we can also Let me open this a bit. There we go. What if we just bring this back up? Because we don't need it to be that deep. We could do something like this, yeah. Something like this potentially. Let me get rid of this because it's ruining the vibes at the moment. It's a bit annoying. Let me rotate that. Let me get this tool real quick. Let me put this all the way up again. Then we can also pull this up again as well. Something like this. So it's a bit even on both sides as you guys can currently see. Oh, at least as close as it could get. And then we can add this just like right here. Oh, it's going to be a bit weird with the fencing and stuff, but we'll figure that out later on. We could try to do like a fake waterfall effect. I'm not really sure how we're going to go about doing that. And because this is a foundation, we can't use glass windows, I think. Yeah, so it's going to be a bit of an issue, but we're going to fix it. We're going to figure it out. What if I use something like this, but then I kind of like put it into it? Like, would it work? Yeah, that definitely is not going to work. So we're not going to be able to have like a see-through glass sort of vibe around here, which kind of sucks, but I mean, there's not really much that we could do about it. Let's also try to... I really want to like smooth it out so these edges are softer, but I don't want to have like a really weird shaped pond area either. Oh, that looks way worse. Let me see. I kind of want to just smooth it out, but it's not really working. I do actually like how it's a bit bigger like this though, because it makes it feel a little bit more closer towards the edge of the lot. Kind of makes it feel a little bit more natural and normal, you know, if it has like a random shape. And you guys are probably wondering, like, how the hell am I going to do that? What is it called? Why do I keep forgetting what it's called? The waterfall. I don't actually know how we're going to do that. I have done it before with the tool mod and stuff, but it's been a while, so we're going to have to take a few steps here and there. I do actually use this one quite a bit, and then we pretty much just size it down, and then I assume... I thought the water effect... Yeah, there we go. I was gonna say, well, why isn't the water effect going, like, changing? So the water effect is basically gonna stay there, right? But it's gonna... We're gonna lower this down so you can't see it, but then the water is gonna be pouring into this area, which I think is gonna be kind of cool. We have a few other options as well. We have... let me see, where is it? There's another fountain that we can change the size of, but it stays like with the water, which is kind of cool. There we go, this one. So if we size it down and then click, it kind of shows you... There we go. This one is a bit more nicer because you can see the actual water falling down, like trickling down, which I think is kind of interesting. Whereas this one, the object kind of stays like that. So we're going to get rid of this. It's going to be a bit more work to do this one, but definitely should be a little bit more cooler. So let's do this one and then see how it goes. Let's see. We're gonna need... I don't know where to start. I'm thinking if we start all the way at the edge, it's gonna look weird, right? But we also can't start... We could also do something like this, where it kind of like sticks out a little bit. Do you guys prefer this, or do you guys prefer it when it's like this, like kind of built into the mountainous area or like the hillside? Or do you guys kind of like it when it's like kind of like poking out? Hey Jenna, welcome to stream. I do use mod. I use the tool mod and the better build by mod. I just find both of them very effective and just like it makes building so much easier. Did you have any mods in mind, or were you just like curious on like knowing what kind of mods I ended up using? But thankfully they don't actually affect anyone who downloads the builds, which is great. But yeah, I'm thinking this kind of could be kind of a cool idea, having it kind of like poke out a little bit. We could also make it a little bit bigger as well. I don't know if I'm going to regret saying that, but I think just the size that we had before is pretty decent as well. So if we do something like this, and then just have like the waterfall effect going across this side, I can get it to turn. So if we do, I think it will make a little bit more sense if I align it over here and then I kind of move it using the tool mod. So it's a bit more effort, but it's definitely going to be worth it, I think. Oh, now how many do we need? I don't actually know. How many tiles is this? It's 1, 2, 3. Oh, 3 tile ball is relatively small, but you know, we can't really do much about it. So if you have a 3 tile ball, I'm assuming wait, where the hell did the thing go? Oh, right, because it stays behind it. Might as well just move it like this then. Let's do something like this. Can I? Nope. I'm gonna just align it with the actual wall itself. Oh my god, these little details are gonna annoy me. What if I just I don't know, I'm trying to align it properly, but it's a bit tricky to do that, to be fair. Like, I don't want it to look misaligned, you know? That's actually not that bad if I do something like that everywhere. So let me just get this one as well, and then kind of just, there we go, something like that. So when you look at it, it kind of looks like it's all a singular stream. God, that is a very great idea. I actually had that in mind of using the, I forgot which world it came in. I believe it was the high school years waterfall in particular. We're gonna definitely go into the debug mode and use that for sure. But from what I remember, though, it was a relatively big looking waterfall. Like, it will definitely work towards the end, like at the bottom area, just so we kind of get that like sprinkling effect of the water. But yeah, I'll actually definitely give that a look really quickly. Let me just align these real quick. But yeah, we low-key got all the time in the world today, so I'll be happy to just like sit back and like experiment with a few designs and stuff with you guys today. So I'm gonna check with a few I'm gonna check a few of the debug mode objects real quick. I know it came from high school years, that's pretty much all I know. So, and I've used it like a few times, but not enough to know if it's gonna work or not yet. So let's see. I think there's a few that might also come with some other packs as well, but that one I remember in particular just looked really convenient and worked nicely. Let's see. These are actually really nice, these little signs from Cottage Living. I need to use those a lot more in my builds. This would also be kind of cool to place somewhere on this slot in particular, so I'm going to take that out. By the way, if any sounds or anything come across loud, just let me know and I'll try to adjust it, like when it comes to either my voice or the music and stuff, because I know that might be annoying as a viewer to like hear loud sounds. I usually always ask, but nobody really says anything, like if the music's too loud or anything, so I assume that everything is always fine. It's also pretty weird. Came from high school years. Oh, we're actually, speaking of high school years, we're right next to that little section and category, so it's one of these invisible looking objects. Wait, was this high school years or... Yeah, it is high school years because it has that apple in the books. It's one of these invisible objects, if I remember correctly. Can't me see. Should be one of these, but I can't see it. Anything. It might also be. I might have also skipped it as well. Who knows? I will definitely keep looking for it because I want to use it. We're gonna be here for a while because I really want to find it now. Let's see. Dude, I think Island Living also comes with a few like debug waterfall stuff, so we can also check for that. Did Lovestruck come with a few? I don't know if Lovestruck came with any waterfalls and stuff, but I highly doubt it. What is this? This is from Life and Death, and even a bigger version of it. Great. I low-key forgot where the waterfall came from. It was definitely High School Years from what I remember. Okay, I think it was probably left up here. Let me go back to what is it called? Island Living. There we go. Because I know that one definitely has a few as well. Low-key, because I'm using the better build by mod as well, it might also just be putting it in different filters and stuff, so it makes it a little bit more tricky to find stuff because I don't actually know which filter I'll probably find that in. It's not like labeled or anything, but Twisted Mexi does a really good job of putting them in different categories and stuff, but I don't know if those items in particular were placed in categories. So it just makes it a bit more difficult when it comes to searching. I wish we could actually like search for the actual assay itself, but I don't think we can do that. Where is it? Oh, it's like a nightmare for me. Being on live and I can't find something is the absolute worst. Because I'm like, can we please hurry up? Pretty sure it came with High School Years. Like, I'm very confident that there is an object from High School Years that is to do with the waterfall. I just can't find it. Was it this? Wait. Something is floating, but I don't know what it is. Okay, I guess we're never gonna know what that is. Nope. Definitely not that. Definitely not this either. There's a huge rock. Wait, hold on. Kind of have something selected, but I can't see it, so it kind of is a bit tricky. You know what would make my life a little bit easier if I just filter for it? That might actually work. Let's do what was it called? Island Living first, and then if you can't find it, then there we go. This works. So this is the thing that I use quite often actually. Hold on. Well, I used it like years ago for like a forest thingy, but I would usually use this object when it comes to the waterfalls. Unfortunately, you just can't size it down, which kind of sucks. So it low-key might not fit for our build. But yeah, it's definitely not going to fit, but we can definitely try. So if I select it, I don't think it even scales if I do like 0.5. Yeah, it definitely won't scale, unfortunately, so it kind of just stays that size forever. Let me see. Let me delete that real quick. There should be another one. Hey Random, thank you for joining today. Hope you're having a great day so far from Twitch. Let's filter for the... It might have even been Discover University. I might be even thinking... There we go, it is from Discover... Well, it's a bit too big. But I mean, at least, you know, I kind of low-key remembered it. There's another one though, that it's not these ones. There's another one that comes with high school years, I'm pretty sure. Pretty certain that there is another one. We will definitely make that big water fountain work though, if it means that we have to make the swimming pool bigger, or we can add like rocks and stuff in between it as well. Like, it's not a problem that it's big. I'm just trying to find the one that I have used before. Should be from high school years. Let me see. And then if I don't find it, we'll just go back to the first one that we found. Yeah, I don't think we're going to find it today, unfortunately. There literally was another one, but I just genuinely can't find it. Where is this? It's like one of those... Do you guys know of any other waterfalls that might come in different packs? I don't think there is any others. From at least from what I know. Eco Lifestyle maybe? Okay, well, we're still going to use the Island Living one because I really love the way it looks. So let's get that one out real quick again. Okay. So even though it's not going to look great, we still have to, like, you know, make it work with what we got, you know? So let's move this outwards a little bit. Yeah, I'm literally looking at it right now, and it's definitely a humongous waterfall, but I think it will look so cool if we can try to incorporate something like that. So let's just rotate it a little bit as well. Let's see which angle is which. So there we go. So without any negatives, it does rotate correctly. So let's just do that a few times. I think 15 in total is going to be good. Yeah, something like that. And then let's move it so it's kind of just sized correctly. And we obviously need to make sure that it doesn't, these little the ripples don't go outside of the lot. Yeah, as it is right now, because it's going to be a bit of a problem if it does. We're going to basically hide this entire waterfall inside of this mountainous sort of hillside area. So I'm sorry if it doesn't make any sense right now, but it definitely will once we move on into adding, like, I'm making it feel complete. So I'm just trying to focus instead of talking, because otherwise I'm not going to make sense and I'm not going to progress. So let me just place it how I think it would look good. So something like this I think is going to be pretty cool. So it kind of the ripples go all the way towards the edge of the water. And then we're also going to lower it. So let's do like -2. That's way too short. Oh, but you know what I just noticed? If we... it's going to be quite tricky to implement this. I'm not going to lie. We could... No, wait, hold on. Never mind. We could... So the issue was if I lower it right now, it's gonna go like, we need something that's gonna be above the water, but not like not above the swimming pool area, right? But I'm thinking if we continue going lower, like let's say we do like negative 0.5, let's do another negative 0.5. The ripples are practically gone right now, right? Which I know it kind of sucks, but we might just have to make the pond a little bit shorter, so it's kind of like it's less deep. I think that could be a pretty good idea. Random, I am, thank you. I hope you're having a great day too. Yeah, I'm having a great day. Thank you so much for asking. Thought I'd hop on live stream real quick and just like continue building with this home, which I'm sure you probably had seen of in the previous builds and live streams. But yeah, I think we're gonna go for that initial idea. So we're gonna leave, yeah, still select it. I was just testing just to make sure that I can still move it around. But what we're gonna do is we're gonna lower this pool area because it's not working at the moment with what we want to do. So terrain tools, water. Did I filter by something? Island living, yeah, that's why. Okay, let's get rid of this entirely. Can I not get rid of it? I swear this is literally what the hell? Is this not how it works? I swear it is. I have removed water before. What the hell? Pool is at max height, but you can't get rid of it. Interesting. Oh, the ripples are really low down, which kind of sucks. Let me get the grid on real quick. I think we can lower it using these bracket keys. Oh, control and okay, it makes sense. Let's go all the way down to this dark, a bit more like a thicker line. Let's do initially like this level, I think. Okay. Let's do one more level. But if I do one more level, it's going to go above, which is not what we want. What if we move this pool area like one up? There we go. So it kind of low-key covers up that thing. It does raise it up a little bit, but I don't think that's a big... I don't think that's a big deal. I think if anything, that makes it feel very luxurious, like having your swimming pool elevated. Although we do really love the clear look of this. That was a tree. Although we do love the clear sort of like seam lines that go across like the flat flooring, this also kind of looks interesting as well. So we could definitely do that. And we're also still going to get the ripples if I did this correctly. Hopefully, I mean, it should work, I think. We might have to get a sim to also test it out because I don't think it's going to work, but we can... Let's lower the wall. Let's lower the water a little bit. There we go. So we can't go above this line, unfortunately. But then again, the actual, like, the pond, like the water stream thingy is a bit floaty. So... I don't really know what we can do about that, to be honest. We could just lower. We could just how about we do this? Hold on. Let's raise it up by like literally 0.1. There we go. And then let's try it with the water again. That's way too tall. It's way too small. Oh wait, did I just... Oh, I kind of messed up the thing. There we go. Let me close that real quick. We also need to cover up this area as well. Let's see. I'm trying to think about what's the most logical way of doing this. Let me open this grid again, because it kind of gives us an idea. So we want it to basically be above this line, right? So let's do 0.05. So that's like just about above the line, okay? So that means if we raise this up to this line, there we go. So we can still see the ripples in the water. So that works. This is perfect at the moment. So we don't need to change anything. It is a bit weird with this, so that's going to be kind of an issue. Or let's do like negative 0.01. negative 0.01. Let's do another negative 0.01. As long as we can see the green above this water, then it's good. Let's do another negative 0.1. The goal is to, there we go. So we kind of got it away from it being seen here, but then again it disappears over there. Oh god, this little pool area is giving me a lot of issues. Let's do another one. 0.01. There we go. So that is perfect. I think that should be fine. You should still be able to see, if anything, we can actually go 0.005. There we go. I think that's perfect. You can see the more green you see right now is going to be where we have the ripples. So let's just keep it at that. I think that's going to be pretty cool. And then now we can add our custom rock features around here, like on the actual hillside area itself. So finally, we're kind of finished with that really annoying custom area. So now we can kind of just focus on designing and making it look good. So let's use a rock that's relatively tall, just so we can kind of stick it into this little hillside area. Let's see. It's way too big, but it could low-key work in this little area. So if I do something like this and then bring it in a little bit more, and then just enough so it kind of covers that waterfall area, and then we're going to lower it about maybe like 2. Definitely it needs to be way lower. Let's do like 0.5. Maybe shouldn't have picked a rock that has like a really weird, I mean it looks natural, but I would have preferred like a little rock over here rather than just like that really long wide bit there. So let's do something like this instead. This definitely will look a little bit better. Let's get the detailed side to be on this side, just so we have, or do we want like this? I think that's going to make a little bit more sense with like the height and stuff. So let me just do a negative point. No points. Let's just do like a normal one. There we go. Something like that. It does kind of look a bit weird right now because it kind of just sticks out. We can also do a negative 0.5. That was negative 0.5. That was wrong. Negative 0.5. That's too much. If I use a gravity tool, maybe we can try to, there we go. So we kind of just like covered it up, just we could see like a very tiny bit of it. Let's move that out a little bit. There we go. So something like that, you know, is pretty much more than enough. We can add a bit of foliage and stuff around it as well. Hey Max, thank you for joining and following. I really appreciate it. We're gonna do a little bit of these rocks around here. Let's just add a few more over here. I think that could look pretty decent. And we can do the same thing on this side as well. To be fair, I could have just copied this one over. Something like this. I know there's going to be a bit... Oh, this fence is wrong. We need to also get rid of this. Oh wait, we can't delete when we're in that mode, so... There we go, something like this. I think that's pretty decent. We can also lower... Well, we can try to like... Let's lower this down again. Let's do like... Oh, did my game crash? Oh no. Okay, thank God. Okay, wait. I need to get out real quick. I need to save. That was a very long start. I don't know why it happened. I probably opened the catalog. But let me just save real quick before we lose everything that we just did. Okay. So the main reason why I'm kind of just pushing this inwards as much as possible is because I kind of want these like little edge ripples to show as much as possible. So let's do a -0.1 again. There we go. So something like that, like very subtle, you know. I don't want to cover up the actual water feature too much. If the rocks go into the pool, I don't really mind that personally. I don't think it's going to be a big issue. The goal is to kind of give that really cool waterfall effect, you know. So -0.5. Still kind of. Let's see. There we go. I think that's enough. Oh wait, no, it's not good. Well, I was covering up completely. That's not. There we go. That looks a little bit better. I kind of like how it's not like exactly the same looking, because the whole point is for it to kind of look like a natural waterfall / pool area, you know. And I know someone's definitely going to think like this pool is way too narrow, but I feel like for this build, it's genuinely not that big of a deal, to be honest. We could also extend it out a little bit as well, like do like a little shape around here if we really wanted like a bigger pool area, but I don't really think so. But you guys can let me know in the comment section as well in the live chat. I'll definitely think about considering it into this build. We were going to make it like 1 tile bigger. Could we move it 1 tile like this? I mean, we could. But I just feel like it's not really that necessary, you know? But you guys can let me know in the comment sections and I'll definitely consider it. Because I'm open to any type of design, even if it means I need to change a few things up and stuff. I'll worry about this this like fence thing in a moment, but it is a bit annoying when you keep like looking up at it and you just see that. We'll add like a little fake let's take one of these. One of these little fake iron railing posts and just place it right in between. There we go. So also it just kind of like makes it match, so you would never know that those are like 2 separate ones, you know. And we could, let's see, we need to add a few rocks and pebbles and stuff around here just so it makes it feel a little bit more complete. We also need to add this fake custom waterfall design design right over here as well. So we're gonna be doing that. But before we do, let's add a few terrain paints and stuff around it. I think that could look pretty decent. That does not look great. Let me add something else there. Low key, I don't really like how deep we made the pool, or like the pond area, but if I move it right now, everything's gonna get messed up. So I'm like, I can't really do much about it. I mean, I could move it up. Let's see what gets affected, because I kind of want to add stuff inside of it. Oh wait, what? Nothing changed? Okay, that's a surprise, because usually when I do that, the entire build changes. So I'm glad to see that it didn't. Oh wait, did it even? Oh, because what? Why is it back down there? Can't find object. What object? Yeah, it can't find an object to mess about with, apparently. Well, that sucks. I wanted to level it out a little bit. Let me try with this. Can't find object. That's so odd. Let me just save again, just real quick, just in case it crashes anytime soon, because it's really good at doing that when you have terrain or like really custom stuff like this going on. So let me just save real quick, so we don't lose the progress that we just made. But I mean, it's okay. We could just add like a few fake rocks and stuff in the bottom part, I guess, since we don't really have much of a choice. And we can also darken the inner bit as well. So let me just do that real quick. There we go. So you can't really tell what's going on down there. I think that could be a nice little subtle addition to this build. And we can also try to change the watercolor as well. Or potentially something like this one. I really love this one from Get Together. Definitely is a good and convenient one. So let's go into the rock section and tried to add a few custom rocks around this area. I really like doing these custom sort of like wall designs and stuff, so I'm kind of glad that we ended up doing this instead of keeping that really generic looking one that we had initially. I don't know if you guys can hear it, but it's I believe it's around like 4. Oh, it's 5:30 here, so the ice cream trucks and stuff go around, so you might be able to hear a few of their tunes. But yeah, just in case you guys are wondering what that music stuff is, I'm sure all the people from the UK who are watching me already know what's up and stuff, but just for my foreign listeners out there, they would know what's going on, keeping you guys in the loop. But yeah, just gonna add a few of these rocks and pebbles all the way around here. Do you guys have ice cream trucks around where you guys live? I would love to know in the comment section, because it's a daily occurrence around where I live. They are always playing their music and stuff around like always the same time as well. Like they always do the same thing every single day, which is quite crazy. But I mean, they're out there making their money, you know, so can't really complain. But yeah, we're just gonna add a few of these rocks. I don't really like how steep it is, like this little pond area. I know it kind of looks a little bit more natural, but I also don't like something that's really flat, so this is kind of like the best of both worlds, to be honest, for me. It kind of is nice, but at the same time I'm like, you know, I would have wanted something that was maybe not as deep as this, but it still looks good nonetheless. So we're gonna keep going on with this. Keep picking these ones for some reason. These are not what we're trying to go for. But yeah, just trying to pick out a few variations of rocks, because I don't really like when there's a lot of repetition going on. I do actually love, like, I like repetition, don't get me wrong, but sometimes it just looks like a little bit too much. But yeah, I know it doesn't really match with this rock either, which is a bit of annoying. It's a bit annoying that it doesn't match. But we could also add a few more rocks around here just so it connects a little bit better. Where did this come from? Okay. We could potentially try to like use a few of these rocks in between. Like say we do something like this. I don't want something that bleeds into the pool too much, so we can go for something like this, right? Lower it by, let's say, like 3, because we want it, oh wait, we want it to be -3 because we want it to go downward. So something like this could be pretty cool. This part up here looks a bit random though, so let me lower it down again by like 1. That is so loud, but I don't know if you guys can hear it. But yeah, this little random bit up here is kind of annoying me, but it low-key at the same time doesn't look too bad. I could actually leave it like that. What do you guys think? If you guys want to give an input, I really don't mind. I would love to know what you guys think about this overall design. We can also make it a lot more smaller as well, for sure. Or we can just get rid of it completely and just add different rocks and stuff there instead. Let me see what else we actually got as well. We also have this one. We don't want the exact same stuff going across both sides, you know, so we want to have a bit of difference between the entire build. But let's try to use this really big one as well. Let's do like 0.3. I think that's way too big. Let's do 0.1 for the sizing. There we go, something like that. And we can move it inwards. And if I just like try to position it a little bit better right now, and then we could lower it down, let's say like -2. That could be okay, I guess. And then we can kind of like move it into the stone itself. It does look a little bit weird, I'm not gonna lie. It does kind of look a bit odd. Let's try this side instead. Might not work, but it's worth a go. We can also add a bit of foliage and stuff in there as well, eventually. But yeah, I kind of want like a few rock works and stuff in between here. I think that's going to be kind of cool when it comes to adding the actual waterfall sort of design that we have over here. We can actually add the waterfall right now. So let's copy these. These are already aligned together. So from far away, I know it kind of looks like there's a bit of gap in between, but I think that's okay. It's not that big of a deal. I'm going to clone it at the moment. And then we're also going to place another one like almost right where we have the swimming pool area. I noticed that it kind of cloned exactly in that location. If I, there we go. So hold on, let's move it. Oh, that didn't work. Hold on, I clicked the waterfall, so it kind of got rid of my selection. So if we do something like this using the gravity tool, well, the gravity mode in the tool mod, we can kind of place this fountain sort of design into where we have the wallpaper and stuff, and that's going to give it kind of like a fake waterfall effect. I noticed that it's not 100% going from like edge to edge, which I'm not that mad about, to be honest. I don't really mind it like having like a bit of a gap in between. It's not that big of a deal. Sorry, not in between, on like the edges. It's okay. As long as it is the same size, then it should be fine. See, something like that could look pretty decent. And then we obviously need to copy it and then place another one right beneath it as well. I think that's going to look pretty cool. I would have obviously loved to have like a really nice overhang and then the water like not being so flat next to the water area, but we don't really have much of an option, so this is like the best that we're gonna kind of get with this build. I'm thinking what can we also do? I'm not really sure. We can also have like a little bit of like a rock section over here towards the edge and then have the water falling out of the rocks. That's also another option as well if we don't want it to be like fully flushed onto on top of like the pool area itself. Let's do like a 0.1 increase in height. There we go, something like that. So it kind of matches right where we have like the lip of the pool area. And then I'm going to copy the exact same thing and I'm going to just like try to align it as best as possible. I mean, it's not really guaranteed that I'm going to be able to place it correctly, but I'm going to try my best to kind of make it aligned. This is the part where it kind of gets a bit tricky because you can't really perfect this like little alignment thing. Ooh. One is like way ahead of it, of the other one, so it's kind of difficult to align it. And because we have a waterfall right in the middle, it makes it even more difficult to select it and stuff, which kind of sucks. Oh my god, the camera bopping up and down as well is like my 13th reason at this point. It's low-key not that one's actually not that bad. Hold on, that's actually not that bad. I'm gonna leave it like that. It low-key feels the most aligned at this moment. And I'm gonna lower it down by 1. And I'm gonna do it again because I don't want it to be stacked on top of each other. But just enough so that it kind of fits. Yeah, something like this, you know? I think that's pretty decent. What do you guys think about that? It's like a proper custom waterfall design area over here. Personally, I feel like it would have been kind of cool to have it over rocks and stuff. I think that could have been pretty cool. I think that could have been pretty cooler. It definitely still needs a lot of work though, like to make it feel a little bit more complete. I'm liking the way this rock thing is looking over here. Let me just save this real quick because that was quite a lot of effort to put all of that together. Oh wait, I'm noticing that you guys can't see the reference image. Oh, hold on. What the hell did I do? Usually my reference image is always showing up. Not today, apparently. Oh, I want to show you guys a reference image. Goddess, you're at work. I'll show what we did in a moment. 1 second. Let me just restore the reference image that I had for you guys. For some reason, the reference image is not working anymore. It was working completely fine yesterday. Bit odd. But yeah, I'll show you real quick what we did with Goddess, and then you can let me know what you guys think. So we have this custom waterfall design. It's definitely not finished, but I think it's a good work in progress. Right now we have like the custom waterfall area with the actual pond that it kind of goes into. We have the ripples from the actual wall, the water design and stuff from Island Living, so that's pretty cool. We're gonna add some more landscaping and stuff around here as well, but this so far what we have at the moment. I was thinking of making the pool area a little bit thicker because I feel like it's a bit narrow, but I'm really loving the way it's looking at the moment, so I'm kind of like happy with it. But if you guys have any suggestions on what I can implement or incorporate or change and stuff like that, I would love to know in the comment section below, because I feel like it definitely could give it a nice unique design if you guys want to add anything to it in particular. Yeah, I'm going to get rid of these waterfall areas because we don't really need them anymore. But yeah, Goddess, if you're at work and you're busy, you don't have to watch, but I really do appreciate you joining and communicating. I really appreciate it. But if you're busy, you can always just head back and check out the VOD and stuff that we're going to provide on the channel later on. But yeah, I'm going to add a bit more of these terrain tools around here because it's looking a little bit lackluster, you know. It's a bit too like dark looking with all the brown terrain paint, so let me just add a few of that. I think that can look pretty cool. Something like that is definitely going to make it look a little bit more nice, a bit more distinguished from the rest of the stone pebbling that we have at the moment. I low-key want to test this out with a sim because I want to see what the waterfall is going to kind of look like. I'm just gonna place a few of these rocks and stuff, and I'm gonna kind of just like guess where it's gonna be kind of placed, and then I'm gonna lower it by 1. I'm gonna drag it over just so it doesn't bleed into the pool area. We're gonna do another, let's do that -0.5. I think that's pretty decent. We need to also add like another thing over here though. I just feel like I want it to connect, you know. See, what can we use? What stone would be appropriate in this little corner? We've already used this one. I keep going back to this one. I don't need to use that one again. This one needs resizing if we do end up going for it, which is going to be quite annoying to do, but I do really like the way it looks. So let's go for this one. We're going to resize it and lower it as well. So let's do -2. Ray, happy Saturday to you too. Thank you so much for joining on the stream. Your videos are amazing. I have downloaded some in the past. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it for your kind comment and for joining on the stream. Welcome to the Saturday stream. It's okay. It's slow since it's lunchtime. Ah, fair enough. Goddess. Fair enough. But I hope you're liking the way this like little waterfall area is turning out so far. If you guys have any suggestions, just let me know because I'm down to change it up a bit if you guys don't like something. A bit too weird. I don't really like that one. I don't really know what to do for the rocks. It's a bit tricky around here. We could just kind of steal this one, but make it just like way lower so you can't actually see that little bit that kind of pokes out. Let's do like -2. There we go, something like that. I think that looks pretty decent. Got a few like foliage pieces over here as well. I think that's going to look kind of cool. reduce it to like 1. No man, that was way too much. Let's do like negative 0.25, something like that. There we go. It is kind of clipping into the dirt there, which is kind of annoying. Let's do something like that instead. I'd rather clip into the rock than the pool area because it's going to be so random, and it still clips great. What if I just rotate it? Or anyway, it's always just going to showcase. So I think that's the best that we could do at the moment. Can we change the? No, we can't. I was thinking maybe we could like turn it green a little bit, could help, just like a tiny bit. But we unfortunately can't. Yeah, let's just add a few more foliage pieces along this area because it's looking a little bit lackluster, you know? Like just in between the rocks. I think that can just add a nice bit of realism. Don't think we should add any lavenders. We haven't really added any lavenders at all throughout this entire build, so it'll be kind of odd to just do it now. I think this water area definitely needs a bit of foliage, but we're going to try to use some of the same foliage that we've been using consistently throughout this entire build, like this like wild fern sort of one. I don't know what this is actually called. Yeah, it is a fern. Okay, so I do actually know my plant names. Let me add like that. I kind of want it to look random, but it doesn't look random. This looks like a man-made pool. Like a man-made pond area. We want it to look a little bit more natural, you know. This waterfall area, my initial idea was to obviously have like the rocks over here first, and then it kind of overhangs, like this water overhangs from the rocks. I think that could have been a cool feature as well, but I'm not really sure. Can we try something like that? Let's try it real quick because I'm kind of like focused on it. We need like a really tall flat rock, something like this one definitely could work. It's gonna clip into the water fountain, but I genuinely don't really think it matters. I don't think anyone cares at all. As long as it looks nice from the exterior, nobody really cares. So let's do 0.1. There we go. I think that's actually quite perfect. If we put something like that. Oh, you know what? That would look very nice, like right inside, just so it doesn't. Hold on, hold up, hold on. Wait, that actually looks pretty cool like that. But it's, once again, this is not what I was trying to go for, but it still looks pretty decent. 0.2. What do you guys think about that? That looks pretty cool. Very nice, very custom, and looks kind of realistic at least. And we can also turn the foundation to like a darker color, just so it kind of matches and blends in with the rocks and stones and stuff. So we can do something like that. That looks pretty decent. Do we want to add anything else? What would you guys add to this custom pond area? I personally think we can add a few, you know what, a lily pad or two won't hurt, you know. Let's add a few. See, like, why does that float? It's literally on a wall. There we go. So odd. It shouldn't float because it's literally a water object, but still does. That honestly does not look too bad, you know. I really love the way that's looking. We could... This could actually be very nice, like a little addition of like a wooden log. I know this is meant to go in the water, but I don't think I like the way it looks when it's in the water, personally. I kind of want it to look like a clear pond. Or you know what, we could do it like over there and then just elevate it. Let's do like -0.. Shouldn't have added the 0, I just wasted my time. Let's do -0.5 again. There we go, something like that. But I feel like that kind of looks out of place, so let's not do that. We have a few of these wild grass sort of like planted stuff, but I don't know. It looks a bit weird with like the dirt patch around it. I don't know if that's like normal, but I don't want to use that in my opinion. What else could we go for? We could try to add like a few of those the pond effects. I think this could be pretty cool. Like the fish could be very nice. The only issue is like I use a lot of them. I use the build mode to take all of my videos and stuff, so I don't want to see like pictures of ducks and swans and stuff because I'm not going to be using it. Unidentified submerged object. That could be pretty decent just for like water effects, nothing to do with like animals. That could be pretty decent. Oh, can I not collect that again? I did not plan that. Let's just get rid of that then. I definitely want to add like a few things in here, but I swear we had fireflies. Where is that from? There we go, here. This could look pretty decent at night. If I place like one over there or another one over there, I think that could look pretty decent. Manujos, I love your build. Can you build something inspired by Edinburgh? I could definitely try. I haven't I don't know what kind of a building style it has initially in my mind, but I'll definitely give it a go and look at it off stream and see what we can do about it. Do you have any builds in particular? Like, would you want like a normal residential home? Is it like a manor, mansion? Like, what kind of builds were you expecting from that location? I'd love to know. But yeah, I can also select these, which is good. Let's try. What else can we do around here? Should we make it like a fishing pond as well? Should we allow fishing? We can allow fishing, right? Into these pond areas, but I feel like it's so it's very deep. Like it's not a very convenient place to fish, unfortunately. You want to make it blend in a little bit more with the environment. That looks pretty decent. Let's use a few more of these starter soil textures. I think the darkness of it just matches a bit nicer with this sort of texture. It still looks a little bit lackluster around here because we haven't really added a lot of like rocks and stuff, but I don't know. I don't really know if I want to add any rocks around here because I really love the way it looks when it's like clear and simple. Nikki Vertigo, hey, welcome to the stream. Glad to see you here again today. How are you doing on this fine Saturday from Twitch? Thanks so much for joining. Yeah, I'm gonna add a few stones around here as well. Just gonna lower their heights. Let's do like negative. Let's do like -2 again. Oh, that's way too deep. It's like small little details like that. I think that kind of looks a bit more interesting than having absolutely nothing there, you know? Let's also add another one of these birds around here. Glad to hear, Nikki. Glad to hear. Thank you. No worries. Let's see. We could add a bit of color because I've been kind of neglecting it throughout this entire build. Could add a few of these bushes and stuff around certain areas. I think that can also be a bit interesting. I know that you can like peen these bushes, which I mean, hey, added gameplay functionality, you know? Could do a lot more in these bushes, but you know, putting them in places where you probably can't access it, so it kind of sucks, but you know, it is what it is. I kind of want to add in like these like small little corner bits around the entire build, just trying to make it feel complete. But yeah, yesterday I mentioned how like I didn't really feel like the exterior felt complete for me. I feel like because I created a lot of these external terrain pieces like around like the edges, kind of looks like they're all on like their own separate islands and stuff, so it doesn't really connect well together. So I'm on a mission to fix that a little bit. I obviously don't want to mess it up either, because right now that looked a bit weird, but at the same time it did technically connect it together, you know. So just gonna add a bit of this around the entire area. Gonna cover up a few of these like reddish looking bits as well, because I don't like the way they look. We don't have a lot of trees enough to justify that much of like these sticks and stuff falling into the ground, so I'm just covering it up a bit. And I really want to add this somewhere as well. I think it could be pretty cool to add it somewhere around here. Nikki, you love the build. I'm really glad to hear that. Thank you so much. And we had a bit of a rocky road with it. I'm really happy with the way it's starting to look at the moment, especially this waterfall area, because we were kind of confused on what we wanted to do out here. I feel like I've done a bit too much now though. It looks a bit too like fantasy like, if that makes sense, but I'm really happy with it regardless, so I'm gonna have to stick with it now, I guess, since I put so much effort into it. But yeah, I think we should definitely add a few more of these smaller foliage pieces around the entire build, just to make it feel a bit more forest like. Maybe also lower that by like 0.1. There we go, and we can do the same thing around here. And potentially around like here as well. So just trying to make every angle of this build just look as presentable as all the other angles, you know. Could also add this actually. This is pretty cool as well, from the wolf game pack. I completely forgot his name right now, but it is the wolf one. Could also add a few more ferns and stuff, and then I think we're going to slowly move on into the interior, so we can check that out in a moment, which we kind of started yesterday, because I was like, I don't want to show the exterior every single second when I'm live, so I was like, let me do a bit of a different. But we're definitely going to move into the interior very soon, just trying to make some few finishing touches around the exterior. Gonna add a few more stone detailings around here. No, that looked a bit weird. think it's fine. I don't want to dwell too much on it. Just being nitpicky, because you can literally just go on like this for days, to be honest. Something still feels a bit incomplete for me. Maybe it's the lack of trees around here. But I didn't want to add trees because I didn't want to ruin like the view of the build from like a far away angle. Like this definitely does make it feel a lot more complete, but it also covers it up a lot more as well. So I kind of want to add like a little bush or something around here, just so it like covers it up a bit more. Let me lower this one by like 0.5. There we go. It's not like that, kind of just like trails upwards. I think that looks pretty decent. And let me see. I just want to add a few more of these grass detailings around the area. And I think that's it. I think we should move on into the interior. Well, you know what? We can't actually, because we have the exterior furniture to place around, because we completely forgot about that yesterday. So I think this is looking pretty decent right now. We're going to finally move on into this back end area, and we're going to worry about this because there's a lot going on, but at the same time there's nothing. So I see you want to have details for your building. That's nice. I do it too sometimes because I'm a little bit too lazy with the big buildings. Yeah, honestly, Nikki gets to me as well. I created like a really huge mansion and I uploaded like this Monday actually, and it was a nightmare to finish that. It was like never ending. So I 100% get the pain that you feel when you do like those really big builds, because it happens to me all the time, unfortunately. But I just really love the end result of it, you know, so I just keep thinking about that and just like try to push through it. But yeah, so I really love this non-functioning debug seating area, and I know you can't really use this, as I mentioned, it's from debug, but I just really love incorporating it within my builds. I just really like the way it looks, to be fair. So yeah, we're just gonna add a few of these in certain areas. And this seating area, I really love the way it looked originally over here, but I think we're going to move it to somewhere else. Just don't know really where. Maybe just like right around here. I love the idea of it being next to the fireplace. You know, maybe let's just leave it there for now. Kind of wanted like the lighting to hit here just so we could see the backyard, but I don't think we're gonna be able to do that. So let's just go to outdoor furniture real quick. We definitely need a few like sun lounges and stuff around here. Oh, you know what, let me save as well real quick. I haven't saved in a while. Let's see. We can also use a few of these wicker seaters as well. I think that could be pretty decent. But I just want to focus on these sun lounge chairs for the time being. Some of that looks pretty decent. We can also do like another one, a few of these over on this side as well. Maybe something like that. And then, did I not save the umbrella? Never mind. We could just type shade, and there's one that comes from Businesses and Hobbies that is pretty decent. It's like a nice sized one as well. Try and look for one of those umbrellas. There we go, this one. So we just place that right over here. These sun lounges. Plain white looks pretty decent actually. I don't mind that. We can also do the same thing on this side. Oh, we can also go for these. These ones actually look quite premium as well. So let's go for these. And I want to move this umbrella thing over here. I think that's going to make a little bit more sense. And we could just place one of these stone tables right in between over here. That could be pretty decent. And maybe let's change the color of it just so it's not very repetitive all the way around. I'm trying to change the lighting for you guys because I want you guys to see it clearly in, like outside of the shade, but we can't do that unfortunately. I like the most smallest buildings for my sim so I can handle them better. Yeah, I agree, Nikki. If I was playing, I'll definitely go for like a smaller home first, and then if I find like a really furnished, detailed, huge build, like some of the ones that I create there now, I'll move into that. But I wouldn't want to like edit and change it up. I want it to be like completely set up and have everything just like if I ever move in, then you know, you can just like play without having to worry about adding so much stuff in. Which I feel like is the main reason why I like doing like the big builds, because it's a bit more convenient. It's the dirty work that people don't want to do, like all of that effort and stuff. So I'm like, I really like the way they look, so that's kind of like the main reason why I enjoy doing like the bigger builds. But yeah, in terms of like it feeling cozy and like manageable and maintainable, definitely the smaller builds for sure. I feel like a home of this size is pretty decent. It's not too big, but at the same time it's not small either, you know. It's a relatively big footprint, but just enough for it to feel cozy, you know. If we want, we can also add a unique shape to the pool as well if we wanted to add a bit of like an extra detailing to it. Maybe something like this, for example. That looks a bit weird though, never mind. I was thinking it was going to look way better, but that did not look great, so we're going to revert that real quick. Let's check with the trays. I think a few of these trays could be pretty decent around here as well. You can see patience, Nikki. I agree. Thank you so much. I try to be patient with these builds. Sometimes they challenge me a lot. Yeah, just gonna add a few. We can also change the coffee table of this layer on as well. I don't really mind it at the moment. I feel like we do have quite a bit of, like maybe too many sun lounges. Maybe just like do 2 on either side, or just do like keep these 3 and get rid of these. I don't know. I don't know what would look good. I do want to add a outdoor seat dining table area over here though, so let's do that as well real quick. These seats are also really nice from Adventure Weights. Let's go to dining tables real quick though. Let's see what we can add. I really love this one from the event. Hold on. It's a bit rustic looking, for this build, but I do really love this one. I kind of actually use it quite often. We could actually just go for this, but just like a bit more of like a cleaner version, like something that doesn't really look too rustic. Even this one kind of works very nicely for this build. I don't want to align it exactly like that. And we can even move these doors so it's a bit more aligned with the pool, the dining table area, and of course the doors themselves are kind of aligned with this dining table area. So these don't clip, no. So we need to find dining. We could just use a matching dining table chairs, to be honest. Hold on, let me see if I can find those real quick. Let's see. They kind of come in like the same texture, you know, like the same wooden paneling texture. So it should be easy to find, hopefully. There we go, these ones. So we could just use in the same dark color swatch. They look a little bit too rustic though. So hold on. Maybe it's not going to work for this build. We can try to go for this one instead. I actually really love combining these two sometimes as well. Even though they don't really come in the best matching color swatches, this one kind of feels a bit appropriate. So we can go for this. Could even do like a bit of like a blue color as well with the silver outlining of like the frame of the chair. That could be pretty decent, just to like add a bit of color to the build. I don't think we're going to have any other option. This might just be the way we go. I do really like that blue option as well though. Kind of gave an opportunity to add a bit of color into this outdoor area because it's looking a little bit too neutral, you know? That honestly doesn't look too bad. I wouldn't probably go for that like normally, but for fun, I think that doesn't look too bad. You can even go like a complete grey-white scale for the table itself as well. That's another option as well. I wouldn't go full black though, because we do have quite a few of that going along this entire build already. We could even just move these over here and add something else around here, maybe like another seating area. Maybe we can move this over here instead. That might make a little bit more sense. I know I really wanted it over there for the past few streams, but we should just move it over here. It's just the more sensible option, you know? More sensible. So yeah, something like this looks pretty decent. Maybe just adjust it. There we go. That's not too bad, to be honest. It is a bit dark in comparison to the rest of the furniture pieces that we have going on. But I do like how realistic these ones look in comparison to all the other ones that we have in the game. What if we go for the black and sort of like dark brownish color as well for this, so it matches with this, but it doesn't really match that much, does it? Low-key something like that isn't too bad. You want me to try a glass dining table or coffee table? Because I'm down to try anything that you want me to. We could, let's see what kind of coffee tables we have that is glass. I think you said that probably when we were doing the dining tables, because I know sometimes the live streams are a little bit delayed. If we do go for a glass dining table, I'll probably go for this one from Seasons. I really love this one. This one's very nice. I don't know about these chairs if we're gonna go for the glass dining table, but It's not too bad, is it? It's actually quite good. It's pretty decent. We can also have like pendant lighting right above it as well, which I think could also be very nice. Yeah, dining table, I get it. We could either do this one, or we also have this really plain clear one. We'll probably go for the black swatch in this case. I think it will look a little bit nicer than the plain white and stuff. What else do we have for glass? We also have this one. I feel like this one's a bit too fancy for this build. I'm trying to go for something that has less details. So what do you think about this one? Do you think it's working with the current environment and vibe? I think we can change the seaters as well, just a bit of the colors. See, the brown swatch isn't too bad either when it comes to this glass one. I believe your Sims are able to use this. I'm just thinking about if I should add a staircase or not. Yeah, it's gonna look weird. Let's not do that. It should be functional though, like without a doubt. This part could be quite decent as well, right in the middle instead of using the tray. That could also be pretty nice. Let's get rid of the tray or just move it to the side. Oh, that black actually stands out very nicely on the glass. That's actually not too bad. We also have a really open white staircase over on this side. I'm thinking, what if we use the royalty one in like a plain black? It just kind of came into my mind when I was looking at it. I think we use like a brighter color just so it matches with the pathing. That's why. Yeah, I think something like that is going to blend in much nicer. And we don't really need to use like railings around it either, to be honest. Let's change the umbrella color potentially. I think we're going with the darker color schemes towards the backyard of this build. I think it just looks a little bit nicer, to be honest. Let's also change the flooring as well. And potentially just move on into the interior because I feel like I don't really know where else we can really add to this backyard area. And we got the lighting as well beneath here because kind of got messed up when we were doing the changes and stuff. Pretty decent. But I think for the time being, it should be fine. We should also add a few potted plants and stuff around the entire area. And then kind of call it a day with the backyard, because we did quite a lot with it today. Oh, we should also add like a dartboard somewhere as well. That could also be pretty fun as well. Maybe like right here, we can add like a dartboard. That could be quite fun. Let me add one of these foliage planter pots. We can add a few of these as well. Like maybe like right behind here. We need like a few smaller ones around here as well, but not that small. Maybe like something like this one, like a collection. Look pretty decent. Let's place like one around here. Carla, what's up? Welcome to the stream. Glad to see you here. Anna, what is my gallery ID? My gallery ID is Tanzer with TANZER with 2 R's at the end. You can also do hashtag Tanzer without the 2 R's, or just do it with the 2 R's as well. You will be able to find me regardless. But yeah. Steven, hey, welcome to the stream. Glad to see you here again today. Literally the 1 second I don't look at chat because I was like, it wasn't really rolling, and then people started coming in all of a sudden. But I hope you guys are having a great day so far. But yeah, we just ended up changing this backyard area, kind of made like a little pond waterfall sort of area. We haven't really tested out yet with the actual waterfalling feature, but I think it's a lot better than what we had with that like hot spring sort of thing. But then again, this area of the build kind of looks very like sort of dressed up in comparison to the rest of the build, which is quite funny. But we ended up adding a few adjustments towards the environment as well, and we kind of like stopped doing the interior for the time being, just so we can complete the exterior. And I'm kind of like happy with the way it's looking at the moment. Definitely with like a nice little scenic view like that, it definitely does. It's starting to come together very nicely, in my opinion. Nikki, you like the glass table near the pool? Thank you. Well, thanks to you too, because you definitely did suggest it as well. But yeah, if you guys have any other suggestions on what I can add into this backyard area in like these little empty areas, then just let me know and I will definitely consider it. I was like, why isn't Dart showing up? I searched it wrong. My bad. There we go. Ooh, probably not something like that. Ooh, they all have like that digital look to it, like with the digital numbers and stuff. But you know, let's just leave it on, I guess. Why not? There we go. Just adding a few like interactivities like that here and there. We were going to have some seating area around here. I mean, we did end up getting rid of that, unfortunately. We could also just move this over there, but it's going to look a bit too squished. So let's just leave it there for now. Oh yeah, we need to add some, what is it called? The ceiling colorings as well around like the backyard area. So let's just do that real quick. Hey Will, thank you for following. I really do appreciate it from TikTok. Thank you so much. Let's see what we could do. I kind of want something that's like a bit of like a dark brown. It's going to match, yeah, something like this matches a lot nicer. We can also go for like a little gray, but that doesn't match, so we need to go for something that's going to be a bit more appropriate. We can also try some other swatches as well. Something like this, like a dark brown. Wait, we need to go way darker. Something like that. I think I like the other one a little bit more. I think this one works very nicely from Eco Lifestyle. It just, no, that one's too dark. This one I think looks pretty decent. We can leave this one for now. We can also paint this top one as well around here, if I can get it. I don't think it's going to help, but trying to get those small little gaps in between. Yeah. Let me see. What else do we need to add here? I don't really add a lot to my backyards, to be honest. So, well, I do, but at the same time, I don't. I feel like I've already got what I wanted to add into this build. Could just add some more planters and stuff around the build. Ooh, a little place to play chess could be quite fun. Adding a bit of interactivity to the build. I'm gonna go with this city living one. I think a lot more people will probably have this one. Let's go for the dark browns. We have quite a lot of dark brown and black going across this entire backyard, so we're going to continue with that. Carlo, you like the way it's turning out? Thank you so much. I'm glad to hear that. Yeah, welcome to the stream. Glad to hear that. It's looking amazing. If I do stone, what would you want me to do stone? The ceiling area? That we could try that for sure. See, I'm trying to find appropriate outdoor seating for this chess table. Could go for these ones. You know what, I'm thinking of going for a brighter color scheme now here, now that we kind of found something that matches it a little bit nicer, so might as well go for that instead. And we definitely need a bit more foliage out here as well, so I'm going to try to find some that feel appropriate for the time being. Let me see if I can find... I don't want to copy the other side because we did actually incorporate quite a few on the other side of the backyard area, but I kind of want to add some unique stuff on this side as well. Let's see. I want something that kind of resembles the, like, something that is a bit more appropriate for the outdoors. I can't really find a lot that is going to be like great, you know. Could also find like a few small ones and kind of merge them together. That could also be another option. I actually really like this one in particular as well, so let me just add that. I think that's an olive. No, it's not. There's an olive tree though. I need to add that somewhere as well because I really like the way that one looks. We have this like really small palm one as well. I don't think it's going to work in this environment that we're in, but maybe we can do something around these like edges where we have the pool area, or we could just leave it blank. I assume your sim will still be able to use the pool area even though it's elevated up, because we had to kind of make the waterfall area work. Let's try the stone ceilings. You love watching my builds? I'm glad to hear that. Thank you so much. Let's see what we can do for the stone ceilings. That is actually kind of a good... That's kind of a good shout, Nikki. I really do like the stones. I think if we find something that's appropriate, we could definitely go for it. Maybe even like the tiling that we have on the walls, something like that, similar to it. Could be kind of decent. I think these are a bit too big. This one's actually not that bad, like the plain one. It's literally like something that everyone changes, but I like the way it looks, low-key. This one's also pretty detailed as well. It doesn't really look too odd, you know, it kind of matches this wallpaper that we have over here. Yeah, the pool area we did today, I think it looked pretty decent. Yesterday we had something completely different. I don't know if you could like scroll towards the start of the stream, but it was like a little hot tub thingy here. It was like a hot spring. Hold on, let me find it. It was literally just this in the middle of like the area, which I think is really nice. This one's really nice, but you know what? This just gave me an idea. What if I should have just used this as like the bottom of this, like over here, instead of making this, but it doesn't really matter. It looks nice either way. But yeah, I really like the way this stone is looking over here, so I'm going to leave that over here instead. And let's add a few things on these walls as well. Maybe like a few hanging plants and stuff could be pretty decent. Let me add a few over here as well. And now that I'm thinking about it, we can add a few like pans and stuff above the outdoor grill area. That could be quite inconvenient as well. I forgot what they're called though. There we go, sorry. Just adding a bit of realism into the build overall. Let's see what we can add to these walls in particular. I think I can go for... I don't want to use any hanging plants. They feel too out of touch in this build, but maybe like a few wall plants could look a bit decent. Maybe something like this one from Businesses and Hobbies. It's just something really subtle, you know, nothing too crazy. Maybe we can also use it in some other places. We can also do like two on like the same side. Something like that. That's not too bad either. But if we do something like that, I don't want to repeat it too much like over on this side as well. Otherwise it's going to look a bit too repetitive. Oh, and I also forgot we need to add like a pendant lighting right above this seating area. So let me just go ahead and do that as well. One second. Okay, I'm going to try to find a lighting fixture that kind of works for this outdoor environment. I don't really know what to go for though, because a lot of them are kind of more appropriate for the indoors. I really like this one, but we already use it in the interior, so I don't want to use the same design that we have over there. We could go for these ones. They're kind of a bit exaggerated with the height and stuff, especially since we are going for the tallest wall height for the first floor. But it does kind of look pretty decent and it kind of connects well together, especially with the color swatches and the combos and whatnot. That's a door. Hold on. So that's not too bad, you know, like it definitely does match very nicely. We can also go for, let's see, we can also go for these ones. They're a bit too short though, you know, so it's kind of another reason why we kind of picked this one, because it goes for like the tallest wall height. It's a bit more appropriate. We do also have this one as well if we want like more options, but I think we're going to stick with the one that I ended up placing, unfortunately, because we don't really have another option. Yeah, let me change the color of this as well, just so it feels a little bit more matching. We could also change the color of the table as well, or the chairs. I feel like something here doesn't really match that great. Like I low-key want to change it up a little bit. I like the glass table, but it's the chairs themselves. I tried to pick a chair that was a bit more appropriate for the exterior, and outdoors and stuff, but because they come in such limited options, it's kind of tricky to match it with like what you're thinking of. Maybe we could do like a bit of color into it. I don't really know if that's gonna work. That's not too bad, to be honest, but it doesn't really match anything else in this entire backyard area. But then again, I did use quite a lot of browns and stuff throughout this entire build, so we could try to change it up a little bit in certain areas. Could also go for a different counter for the bar area as well, just to differentiate it a little bit. I feel like we went for quite a dark color scheme. I kind of want to open it up a little bit. But if I do that, then it kind of warrants me to change the color of this to like a brighter color as well. That could also work as well, a bit of like a black and white action over on the main dining table area. Well, you know what, I might as well just think about changing these chairs because they're definitely not matching what I'm trying to go for. And then once we do this, we'll probably move on into the interior because we've been doing quite a lot of the exterior this entire build. But yeah, this chair in particular, I kind of like using this one quite a bit. Try to definitely match it with that one. Let me just change these up real quick. I think this definitely works way better. I think we're going to stick with the brown as well. Even though we tried a lot of stuff, I think we're just going to go back to this one. And wait, we aren't using flooring for this main seating area. So I'm thinking, what if we change just this seating area to be like a different color swatch for the ground? I think that could look very interesting. Going to be a bit weird with the terrain paint and the pool area, but doesn't look too bad. We could also do a bit of wooden decking, right? That could look pretty decent as well. What are the table options? That is a good suggestion, Carla. I feel like we tried a few table options and it just didn't work out. We had this one in particular, the one that came from the event, and I kind of used it in this color, like a dark brownish color. But then I had another suggestion over on Twitch to have like a bit of like a glass tabletop design, and I really love the way this one's looking, but I feel like it's not the table, it's just the way it kind of works in this little area. It's a bit squished, like right where we have it, but the main reason why we have it right there is because it's kind of connected close towards where we have the kitchen. So if you wanted like an outdoor dining experience, it's a bit more convenient. Oh, you think that changing the chairs did it? Okay, that's great to hear. Yeah, I think the chairs were the issue. I really like them, but sometimes they just don't work if you don't use the right table and stuff, like the matching table that it comes with. I'm glad to hear that we're liking the vibe. We could also change, let's see, maybe we could create like a more brighter color scheme for the actual decking itself, just to make the items themselves just pop up a little bit more. Or we could just change it from decking entirely, to be honest, to something completely different. This one's not bad either from Royalty, like these little stone slabs. I also really love these really big tiles. Hold on, like the non-marble versions, like these ones. But it doesn't really look like an outdoor appropriate looking tile, you know, but I do really like the way they look nonetheless. We can also go for the ones that came from Desert Luxe kit as well. Let me see if I can find those. We can also go for something that came from Businesses and Hobbies. It's a bit more simpler looking though. It doesn't really match the existing flooring that we have going on so far. Imao, hey, welcome back to the stream. Glad to see you here again. Hope you're having a great Saturday so far. Yeah, I agree. The backyard pool area definitely turned out to be a bit more unique than what we had initially. But I'm really happy with the way it's looking. It kind of looks a little bit more fantasy-like, but I'm kind of happy with the really custom waterfall edge and whatnot that we have going on. I definitely did not plan that initially, but I'm kind of like happy with how it ended up turning out to be. So I'm glad to hear that you also like the way it's looking and turning out as well. Yeah, you agree that the chairs made a difference, Nikki? Yeah, I agree as well. I think the chairs just, they had to go, man. They didn't look that great. So yeah, I'm glad that we were able to collectively agree that those chairs were a bit worrying. But oh, you know what? That black tiling low-key does look quite sleek over here. What do you guys think about that? I think that's not too bad. Like, we could definitely go for something like... Wait, was there a light? Oh, I thought there was a light. Why is there a light over here? Let me move that over there real quick. I'm going to do the exact same thing over on this side, so it's kind of just a nice, even sort of view, so that in the nighttime... Let's just test out the nighttime real quick. It's supposed to give off a nice outdoor sort of environment like that, you know? I really love the way it's looking so far. So we're just going to continue with it. Once again, I did actually mention earlier on how like this pool area does look relatively narrow for my liking, but I feel like for a home like this, it's not really that big of a deal, to be fair. So we're just going to leave it as is. And let me see. Let's also add a bit of a, you know, the flooring or the fence piece that came from the Get to Work expansion pack. I think that will help a lot when it comes to differentiating a little bit of the flooring between each other. So if we just add like little white outlining like this, could be kind of helping with like sectioning it out a little bit. But at the same time, the white does stand out a little bit too much, so we can also just change it to a solid black. I know it doesn't really stand out too much, but when you get closer to it, it kind of looks like there's a very clear difference between it. So it definitely does help with making it seem a little bit more realistic. And thinking maybe we could add a few more of these columns in certain areas, but I don't want to like overdo it at the same time as well. We could also end up changing some of the columns as well that we ended up selecting in certain areas. Like we can potentially use which one is it? The one that came from Eco Lifestyle. There we go, this one. This could be quite an interesting take as well, like just like trying to place it in certain areas. Like these steel columns make the home feel a little bit more industrial in my opinion, so kind of giving like a unique effect. You can also rotate it as well, just so we get a bit of that the little indent design across as well from the build. We did actually end up using a few of that. Did we actually end up using it? I think we initially used it here, but then we got rid of it because it was looking a bit too bulky. But towards the back end, I think it doesn't actually look too bad, so we can actually use it over here. I think that definitely looks a little bit more sturdy rather than this like really thin one over here. What dividers are available? That is a good question. Do you mean like the actual object divider itself, or were you thinking about like a fence piece and stuff? Good idea, you like it? Okay, I'm glad to hear that, Nikki, thank you. We'll definitely stick with it for now. I wonder what you guys are thinking about the columns and stuff, because I'm not really sure if I want to keep them or not, but I do actually like the way they look personally. Actually, you know what? I don't like the column over there. I think I like it how it looks like this, like without having another one over here. Otherwise, it just makes it look a bit too boxy for my liking. And we can also try to change this second floor balcony tiling area, because this tiling looks a bit too big for a balcony. It looks kind of like unrealistic. So what about if we go to masonry and try to find something like this one? That could be pretty decent. This one's pretty nice. It's kind of like a bit of a difference between the first floor and the second floor. The items, let's see what kind of dividers we got. Oh, Carla, you don't like the steel columns? What they? How do you type it? Divider. Okay. Let's see if we have any dividers. Were you on about like this kind of divider between like the rooms and stuff, or like from the outdoors? Hey Archie, welcome to the stream. How are you doing? Thought I'll hop on a little bit on early Saturday. I'm alright, thanks, Archie. Just the usual. But yeah, we can also change the flooring as well, like the color of it, to something else potentially as well. No, the steel columns are good. You had mentioned something about putting multiple columns. Yeah, the multiple columns don't look that great, like when we had it over on this side. Wait, that actually low-key doesn't look too bad like this as well if we don't have this one on this side. Would you prefer having this one in the corner, or should we just get rid of it completely? Because low-key, I kind of like the way this is looking at the moment as well, even without it. But I just wanted kind of like some support on this side for the roofing. That's the main reason. I don't know if I should add another little column on this corner or not, because I low-key like the way it looks right now with it like not being there, but the amount of concrete like roofing that we have over here just makes it seem like it's very unrealistic, like there's nothing supporting it, you know. But yeah, I'm going to change the flooring for this and we'll move on into the interior, because we did a lot for the oh, you know what, that flooring is actually one of my go-tos as well. I really like this one, so might actually stick with this for the time being. So let's move on into the interior real quick, and then if you guys have any suggestions for the exterior, which is currently what it looks like right now, we'll come back to it. But for the interior, I'll show you guys what we did yesterday. We had a very cozy living space area, which I think turned out very nice, very cohesive with all the colorings. And we started off with the kitchen yesterday as well. Let me turn the wallpapers. Oh, never mind. The wall change is not going to happen. But this is pretty much the kitchen design that we ended up going for. I swear we had more. I could have sworn that we added a bit of like color and like clutter pieces on top of here, but they're all kind of missing. I don't know what happened to them, but I'll add them back in later on. But this is kind of like the main vibe that we have going on for the kitchen area. And then of course for the little dining room area, I feel like we're kind of happy with this. Stony columns, that's a good suggestion, Nikki. We could try to do those real quick as well. Myla, thank you so much for following on Twitch. On TikTok, sorry. Thank you so much for joining. Welcome to the stream. We kind of went for a nice little combination of these colors. So we have this very charcoal slash almost bluish color for the main dining table area, which is the one that came from Adventure Awaits. And then we ended up using this woven or weaven, whatever it's called, like the woven like texture for the actual dining table chairs, which also match with the curtains that we have going on right now as well, which I think is pretty decent. And yeah, just like trying to blend it in with the flooring and all like the black, brown and the bright orange tones that we have going on so far. We also have like this little custom painting area and whatnot. And then for the second floor, we have the two-story ceilings and the beams and whatnot, which I think is very cool and sleek. But yeah, moving back into the backyard, let me try a few of these stone columns as well, like Nikki mentioned, because I think it definitely could help. I know that's literally wood, but it has like the little stone at the bottom, so I was like, let me just try it real quick. Oh, thank you so much for coming to become a supporter. Thank you for becoming a supporter on YouTube. I appreciate it. Let's see. A few stone textures for the... That's another nice looking column actually. Where are the stone columns? I feel like I know which one you're on about, but I just can't see it for some reason. This one's actually not that bad either, to be honest. It kind of features a bit of the stone and the wood as well. Definitely feels a little bit more of a detailed one though, but Trying to find a stone one in particular. This one also has a bit of stone. I don't really like the shaping of that one though. Let's see. I swear there was one with like a really... It was literally just full on stone, no? Let me extend the thing real quick. Maybe I can't see it properly. This one's also an option as well if we change the color swatches of it. Let me see. I feel like these ones actually work very nicely. I don't think we have that many stony... Oh my god, these are hideous. I don't think we have that many stony columns, you know? Like, now that I'm thinking about it. Unless you mean like a full-on stone one, like something like this one. Oh wait, this one could actually be quite a potential one because it kind of has all the colors going on with it, and the stone pebbling texture low-key matches it. Where is this flooring from? I mean, where is this wallpaper from real quick? I think it was from... Okay, so it's from Horse Ranch. Maybe we can find a matching column piece for that. We have these two up here. And then we have... let's see. I think that's the only two options that we have, unfortunately. So we can get something that is matching. Let me see. Let me get rid of these, and then we could try it out with these guys. I think these could look pretty decent. What do you guys think about this one? Could obviously change the color of it as well if we wanted to. The dark brown low-key matches with the existing dark brown walls that we have in certain compartments. Could do something like this, but I think you wanted the entire thing to be a stone. Aurora, this has evolved into a daily routine. Thank you so much for joining again today. Thank you so much for joining. Yeah, glad to see you here as well, Aurora. Welcome to the Saturday stream. I didn't know. I was like, let me just stream early, see what happens. Because usually my audience comes at night. We're all night owls in the UK, but I was like, let me see if any of my usual people will join. But thank you for joining. I hope you're having a great Saturday so far, wherever you are. Poker Face. Hi, I love watching your build videos. Thanks so much. I'm so glad to hear that. Welcome to the stream. Hope you're having a great Saturday as well. Also love watching your builds. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. But yeah, do you guys have any columns in mind that we want to stick to? Because we kind of exhausted all of our options. I feel like we can either go for this one, or we can go for the steel columns, like the full-on steel columns. Or if you guys have anything else in mind, then I'll definitely consider it as well. I don't really know what kind of matches it more, like either the steel columns or the more stony looking one. We can also try, which one was it which had the like the full-on stone? I'll try that one again and then we'll move on into the interior. We also have this option as well, you guys. So I'll give you guys these three options. You guys can let me know in the comment section and then we'll kind of like go back to it. But for the time being, let's slide back into the interior real quick. We kind of had a few of these changing sort of like fonts and things on both sides. I think the dark version of the far left one was cute too. Let's see the far left. This one in a dark version. So I assume you're probably talking about this one, like the dark brownish sort of color, or was it like the plain black? Because I feel like both kind of work very nicely. So this one, yeah, okay. I feel like we could definitely go for this one if everyone else agrees as well. The steel looks sleek. Yeah, it's almost Sunday here. It's too fast. Yeah, it's 6:45 for us at the moment. Almost Sunday low-key for us as well, I guess. Should be thicker columns to hold the balcony, Nikki. Honestly, I agree. Yeah, we could go for something a bit thicker. Use the steel one. We have 2 people liking the steel ones. Interesting. Okay, fine. Another question. Would you guys want it to extend all the way up to the 2nd floor? So let's say like we use 2 columns. Like, would you guys want it to support the roof lining, or would you just want it like on both sides? So something like this. Because initially we had it something like this, like where we placed another one in this little corner area, so that it kind of like supports this huge ass tree, man. But you know how it just like kind of supports it, like the roof lining. Hey, what's up? Welcome to the stream. Glad to see you here again today. Hope you're having a great Saturday so far. Thank you for joining once again. 7:46. See. Still looks steep. Might have to go for the steel, you guys. The black steel going all up. Okay, we're gonna do that then, sure. But I probably won't use the steel going on this side either. I'll just leave it on this side and we'll just move on into the interior because I've been waffling enough today. But what do we have to do for the interior? We have quite a bit to do. I'm not gonna lie, it's kind of unfinished on the interior. We have the last thing we did on the live stream yesterday was this laundry room area, which kind of captures a lot of light. It's kind of convenient. We're gonna have the main bathroom area in this little section over here. Use also on the top. What, you mean I should use it on this side as well? I feel like it would look a little bit too boxy, you know. I already tried that, and you see how it kind of looks boxy right now? That's kind of like why I wanted to keep it like this. Unless you agree, unless you were talking about like this in particular. But yeah, so we still don't know what this was going to be. So a user suggested that we should create this room to be a library, and then someone else told us to create this into like a formal dining room area. I feel like since we already fitted the dining table area here, we could turn this into like a library or a gym. Either one of those would kind of work here. But if you guys have something else in mind, let me know and I'll kind of go for that instead. Because I feel like, I don't know, this area is a bit random, like this little room towards the back. But while we're thinking about that, I'm going to move into the primary toilet that we have for the 1st floor, because we need to obviously move on with this build, because we haven't touched the interior yet this entire stream, which has been going on for like 2 hours or something now. So let's see what we can go for. Obviously, I'm going to immediately use this lighting fixture. I just feel like it works very nicely, and I always stack these 2 lights in particular together because it just allows maximum amount of bright light, which is kind of helpful for The Sims, to be honest. And we're going to use, I feel like we could go for a very modern looking bathroom, especially since we did end up using quite a lot of high-end objects throughout this entire build. I feel like a window would be very nice within this bathroom as well, so we can kind of consider that as well. Interesting interior. Oh no, does that mean you don't like it, Pokerface? We kind of did it on stream yesterday and everyone kind of liked the combination of all the colors that we had going on. I feel like it looks pretty decent. It's okay, like with the colors, but if you have anything in mind, like you want to change something, just let me know and we can definitely consider it. By the way, we did actually have quite a lot of different clutter on this table and countertop from yesterday, but I don't know where it all went, but it just kind of disappeared, so we'll end up adding that back later on as well. And yeah, let me just move on into this bathroom area real quick. So if you guys have seen my previous build, you guys will know that I really love placing like a bathtub next to where we have like a window. Just feels kind of like a very resorty type of thing to do, and especially since this is kind of like a rental type of lot in particular. If you guys do plan on leaving it here, probably wouldn't go for something this big, but we could potentially use a window like this one, kind of like right in the center. I think that's going to look very intriguing, and we can also place like a bathtub right beneath it. I think that can also give it a very grand look to it. So potentially something like this could look pretty decent. We can also use the floor to ceiling glass windows as well, like the wallpaper. right in front of where we have that and just use like some really grand looking curtains. That can also be very interesting as well. Just giving you guys a bunch of different options, to be honest, and just to make it feel a little bit more complete, if we do end up going for this type of glass wallpaper in particular, we can just place a few of those columns in between, just so it kind of makes it feel a little bit more built in and complete. And potentially using, imagine I just do all of this work just for you guys to be like, nah, we just want the smaller one. But I could just show you guys like a little example of like what it could potentially look like. I think gym, and you could do like a little sitting library right outside the laundry. Yeah, I agree. We should definitely turn that into like a gym potentially. It is in a bit of an odd location. I don't know if we mentioned if we wanted to add a gym somewhere else, but that might be a convenient place. I think someone else on the stream yesterday mentioned that we should add it over here in this like little small area like the gym, because this is going to be a little personal office area with its own ensuite. Natural lighting, yeah, I agree. I love it. I don't see amazing interiors. That's great to hear then, Poker. Thank you. I think I have a couple of your builds in my game and I didn't change anything about it. Oh, that's great to hear. Thank you so much, Poker. I'm glad to hear that. Sometimes I always question my own interiors because I'm not the best at them. I kind of like focusing on my exteriors a little bit more. Amazing color combinations. I think it's perfect for now. Glad to hear that. Thank you. I have one of his builds. Glad to hear that. I have a few of, and it's convenient to use. Glad to hear that as well. Thank you. But yeah, Carla, I agree with you. I think we should definitely make this back end area like a gym potentially on the first floor. A bit more convenient because it's like right next to where we have the pool and stuff. Kind of just like thinking it feels like in real life. But if we do something like this for the bathroom area, I know this kind of looks low-key a bit ridiculous, but I feel like we're trying to go for like a very grand approach. So it low-key doesn't look too bad in my opinion. But if you guys would want to like say something else now, definitely consider changing up. It definitely does look a little bit too grand though, like a bit more like a traditional side. Maybe I'm kind of like steering on my own words now because I don't think I like the way it's looking. Like I really love the curtain idea, but it just looks a bit more traditional than like a very minimalistic, modern, sleek bathroom, you know, or like a setup. So let's just go with this one instead real quick. The only weird thing that it kind of has is because the wallpapers are like very tall, like the wall itself is the tallest wall height, it does make it look relatively small, but there's not really much that we could do about that at the moment. So let's just go with the black sleek bathtub, and we can also change the flooring patterns as well. I usually tend to go for the ones that came from Spa Day. This one in particular just feels very convenient, you know, and since we're trying to go for a minimalistic sort of design, this kind of works very nicely. Can you do a house in Solani, the biggest lot in Solani, a modern like one? Chloe, I actually have quite a few Solani builds on my channel using like the really biggest lot, so highly recommend you guys to check that out. But especially since summertime is coming up very soon and we're pretty much at the start of it, I definitely will consider doing some more resort or like just like some more beach like appropriate homes in the future for sure, so stay tuned for that. So yeah, just stay tuned for that and we'll definitely move on into creating a few of those type of builds in the future. One of my thoughts about placing gyms, I often wonder if I should keep them on the first floor. Yeah, I tend to keep most of my gyms on the first floor as well. Potentially like where we have the what is it called, like the backyard area, just trying to make it convenient with the pool and stuff, because that's probably what I would want in like real life. So I'm trying to replicate the same thing in the sim, and gym would be amazing there, especially with the view. Yeah, I agree, especially with like all the lighting and stuff. 100%. But yeah, definitely going to be incorporating some more summer related builds onto the channel very soon. I just feel like it's kind of a bit more on theme. We created quite a few like snowy cabins and stuff like that, and funnily enough, this is actually inspired by a snowy cabin, so you know, we need to steer away from that design. But I really wanted to create this because I feel like it would be quite fun for a live stream. But yeah, let me just add one of the sinks. So I'm going to show you guys one of my favorite designs to do in particular, which is just using this Dream Home Decorator sort of like floating cabinet design, and then just like placing a few of these kitchen cabinets right beneath it. I think it just gives it a very unique effect, especially once we have like the actual sink unit area itself, like that plain white color, and then we have like the black cabinets. It just looks very sleek in my opinion. Definitely could also make it like a full-on black as well, makes it look very interesting. But personally, I like the little variations that it gives in between. And since we are going for like a very monochromatic room design, I don't want to make everything too black and white. So we will add a few accent colors here and there in between, but I'm just adding a few of the objects first, and then we'll just go about it from there. So I'm gonna always use this mirror as well, because it's pretty much one of my go-tos. It came from Growing Together. Definitely a very handy mirror in particular because of the height that it has. All the other mirrors, they are just like, sometimes they don't really work that well with the existing sync units, unfortunately, in the game. So yeah, just like try to use this one when I can most of the time. Would love to see your Infinity Pool build. Definitely would buy it. I'm glad to see. I'll definitely consider doing something like that in the future for sure, in like a new build. I haven't watched your live streams before, so I like how your thought process was. But I'm glad to hear that, Pokerface, because a lot of people want to see like the natural raw process, and I don't really have like a plan for this build in particular. So that's kind of like the main reason why it also takes me a little bit longer when it comes to like planning out a few designs and stuff. Because when it's on a live stream, I don't really want to plan it out. Kind of want to do the whole process with you guys naturally without having like a 100% like guaranteed thought process. Because if you guys just see me placing everything, I know where everything goes, it's not really that enjoyable in my opinion. So I'm glad that you're on the same page as me when it comes to live streams and stuff. And it's also a bit more helpful for people to follow along as well if they want to like recreate something in particular that I ended up creating. Like this entire floating like waterfall area, I guess, you know, that you can just watch it back and see how it was created and try to make your own version of it, you know, for example. But yeah, they will also be available as like VODs on my YouTube channel if you guys do end up wanting to see anything else from the live stream that you might have missed early on. So make sure to stay tuned on that side of my social pages as well. But yeah, I really also love creating like this half wall concrete block right behind where we have the actual toilet area, and then just adding a few of these clutter pieces. Oh, that didn't come from there, my bad. I was looking for this like little lone toilet paper thing, but I just really love adding these smaller little details along the actual concrete half wall itself. Just adds a bit of extra detailing, to be honest. And since we ended up elevating or like placing the toilet area in front a little bit, we can actually add a bit of an accent wall over here. And obviously you guys know we have quite a lot of orange accents going across this entire build, so we could potentially use a few of these wooden panelings or just something else in general. So maybe even this one from Eco Lifestyle, like a bit more of like an orange tone. I mean, this is a bit more yellowish, but something very bright and vibrant definitely could make it stand out a little bit more interestingly. And we can also change the stone as well to like a darker brown if we had something like that, but I don't think we do, unfortunately, so can't really do much about that. We could make it black, but we do, you know what, that's actually not too bad because it kind of stands out from each other. Like it kind of makes it look a little bit more interesting. We could try to actually add a bit of orange back into the actual toilet seat itself. And I also used this toilet that came from Snowy Escape, in case you guys are wondering. Kind of just like a very convenient one to use in my opinion. I don't remember what the brush was called, the toilet brush in particular. There we go, this one. Yeah, just going to use that almost in like the same color, just so it kind of matches. And we can also use I don't remember what it was called. It's one of those baskets that you place within these, the hampers. I think it was, yeah, the hamper. So let's search for hamper real quick, and we can try to place one of those in like the little corners. I think that could be kind of convenient. And we can also introduce a few colors as well, like maybe like that dark muted greenish color within the interior, or like a bluish color as well. It's very subtle, but it definitely does help with adding a bit of color into the build. Could definitely add a few extra details along here as well. Let's see what we can do. Yeah, Aurora, I agree. I love recreating builds as well because, well, when it comes to like a reference image and stuff. What's my go-to pack or kit? That's a great question, Pokerface. If, let's say for the packs, like an expansion pack, businesses and hobbies, hands down, 100%. Like for my style as well, there's 90% of the stuff in that pack in particular, it's very modern and updated. So, and especially since I always use that sort of style, it's definitely the most used one ever since it released, to be honest. And for kits, I'll definitely say the sleek bathroom kit, the one that came with this bathtub. Oh wait, no, this came with business and hobby. Sorry, this toilet, this wall, sorry, came with sleek bathroom kit and like the small little like clutter pieces, and there's so many other unique stuff that came with sleek clutter kit. Sorry, sleek bathroom kit, like this lighting fixture as well. I use it in pretty much all of my builds, so yeah, I'll probably go for those two in particular. It is kind of wild to pick a bathroom related kit as like my only one, but I mean, like, there's not really that many. All the other kits are like kind of either for like a specific kitchen or a seating area. Oh wait, you know what, I actually really love the refined living as well. Refined living came with these sofa pieces, so yeah, I'll pick either between the two if I had to only go with like one singular clutter kit pack. Yeah, let me add a few more realistic clutter pieces over here just to make it feel a little bit more realistic. We can also add a little wait, hold on, it's a bit too monochromatic over here. Let me add a bit of a slight green color. But yeah, do you guys have any specific colors, I mean not colors, sorry, packs in mind that you guys are like, it has to be my go-to, you have to always have it included in your game? I'd love to know in the comment sections, because so many people love using different packs and stuff for different reasons. But I also really love using seasons as well in all of my builds, solely because of the lighting that it kind of gives to your build. I don't know if you guys are aware, but you're able to change the way, like, how your build actually looks with like the hot weather and the cold weather and stuff. Like more clouds, less clouds, more sunlight and stuff definitely is very good for like people who create content and like want different lighting fixtures. So it's just like a good thing to think about when it comes to taking pictures and stuff within your build. Sometimes because it can look a bit worrying when you're taking like pictures in The Sims, so using the seasons expansion pack is very helpful in my opinion. But yeah, to summarize, I will definitely just pick the businesses and hobbies expansion pack over anything else, to be honest. But that's just like my own personal thought, because it fits my my design style. If you were someone who loved building something that's a bit more traditional, I'll probably say maybe not businesses and hobbies, maybe just something that is a bit more traditional. Maybe like Get Together is actually a really good one as well overall. Seasons has a lot of traditional objects actually, so that's like another idea if you guys like that type of design and stuff. It's a pretty decent painting right above the toilet area. And I think, wait, let me just add a little rug and then we can pretty much call it a day for this toilet area, because I feel like I don't want to waste any more time within this little bathroom. We could also add a little accent wall along this side as well. I don't really know what we could do. Maybe we can steal this wallpaper in particular and then change the color of it. Maybe like this really harsh grayish concrete color could look pretty decent. Can also go for something that's a bit darker as well. This kind of matches the kitchen though, and I don't really know if I want that. That's not too bad. I like the way it looks, but it's a bit too matchy with the kitchen, you know. But yeah, I think I'm happy with this. I don't want to over clutter it to the point where it's not usable, you know. So we could finally move on from there. I think we'll come back to it later on and refine it and whatnot, but we can finally move on. You know what, before we go on to the office area, let's do this the gym room, because it's looking quite lackluster, you know. We have no lighting fixtures in here either, so let me just steal a bit of these spotlights and then we can just place a few in between here. I use random packs in my build. It creates a bit of charm and character. Yeah, I try to mix it up a little bit in between as well. Obviously, if you guys downloaded my thing, you guys will know that I try to, I don't even do it intentionally, but almost one thing from every single pack is just like feels necessary, you know. I feel like sometimes they add a few random really modern or like really traditional stuff in like these random packs, and you're like, it's such a convenient item that you kind of have to feel like you need to use in your builds, you know. Most of your builds are contemporary and modern, then I'll definitely suggest business and hobbies as my singular pack then, for sure. Yeah, I feel like modern is a go-to for the time being in The Sims. I feel like a lot of people like when I see comments on other people's build, they always want very traditional, like cozy looking homes. And I'm over here just like creating really huge mega mansions, but I just really love the way they look, to be honest, from the exterior. But yeah, let me just type in gym really quickly, because we're going to be incorporating quite a bit of these free weights, a lot of these treadmills, and some of these other objects in between. Once again, going for that very modern approach. So we're going to be using some of the objects that kind of feel a little bit more high-end and a bit more modern, of course with the same color scheme. We could also change it up a little bit with the color scheme and stuff. Maybe like this titanium color. Not titanium. There's a specific... Is it like platinum or something? Where it's like that really dark bluish color. Something like this, you know? Like it just... It's not like a pure black and white, but it has like a bit of a hue to it, you know? I love your creations. Thank you so much, Pierre. I really appreciate that. From TikTok. Thank you so much, and welcome to the stream. I'm glad to see you here. But yeah, we're gonna add a few of these treadmills right over here, and I want to have a wall. Usually most of my gyms, I try to incorporate a section within the room that is like specifically dedicated to like a wall, just to like fill it up with like a bunch of different mirrors and stuff, which I think is a great way of just like making it feel like its own room, because I feel like no other room really has like a wall of mirrors, you know? And since we're trying to go for a very grand approach, we're going to be using a few of these mirrors here and there. We could also, since we don't have a lot of like, we don't have like it going from edge to edge, we can kind of center it in between where we have the door and stuff as well, so it's a bit more convenient. And we can place one of these like right over here. And we can also add a few of the mats as well. So let me just search for that real quick. We have a yoga mat, so I feel like it's kind of convenient to place it right next to where we have the, what is it called, the mirrors. Oh, I also tried to like place a few mats and stuff in the exteriors, or in like the balcony areas, and like in a empty like grass area, but I feel like we don't really have a convenient place here at the moment. We could try to place one like around here, but it's gonna feel like a bit odd and out of like place. Kind of want like a plain black one. I don't think we have something like that, do we? There we go, we do. We're gonna place like 2 here potentially. They're gonna look a bit out of place, so like it just looks like I accidentally placed like these long runner rugs outside. But like thinking realistically, it definitely does kind of add a bit of like a cozy element to do it in the outdoors as well. And I just thought about this, but I completely forgot to add a few of those adventure weight candles along this entire area. I feel like they'll be very cozy as well. So let me just add a few of those in between. Just kind of blending it in with the rest of the plant pots as well, just so it doesn't look out of place. But yeah, just placing it sparingly in certain areas just to light up the mood a little bit and the space. And you know what, another thing that I completely forgot within this outdoor kitchen area, I know we keep going out to the outdoors, but we should definitely incorporate a little bin for the outdoor kitchen. So let's go for the same bin. I always go for this one solely because I just know everyone has access to it, so it's a bit more convenient. And we don't really have a great place to store it. I was thinking about here, but we have the gate over here, and we could actually just place it here, I guess. I mean, don't really have much of a choice. We could try to also create ground so it kind of like blends in with the wallpaper that we have towards the back. Let's see. Aurora, sometimes I'll go online and find real estate sites to find different styles. Yeah, I agree, Aurora. I pretty much like in 90% of my builds, I try to find reference images to go off of, because I'm just like, why, you know, like there's no point in like trying to do something 100% from scratch. Obviously I would do that like now and then, but I feel like if I want to create something very intriguing, I'll look at a few references and see like, oh, how do they do that main entrance area, or like their pool design and stuff like that, and just like try to create it in The Sims 4 as well, which I feel like is really fun to see. It's kind of like a bit of a challenge for yourself, like how close can you really get in The Sims, you know? I love this spin, it gives money. Yeah, I agree, Poker Face. It's literally so convenient. Yeah, you use the same bin, Aurora. Yeah, I think everyone always uses this spin, to be honest. It's just so convenient. Like, it gives you money back. It looks nice and sleek. It's modern. And since you guys both agree that you both use modern designs, I feel like it's just like the perfect one to go for. But yeah, let me change the spotlight color for this as well. I still don't know what we're gonna do around here. It's kind of like a big empty landing pad sort of situation area towards the exterior. And you know what? We can actually move this in just a little bit because it was a little bit too much towards the edge, you know? Let's just do that real quick. There we go. I still don't know if this pool area works. Maybe towards the end of the live stream or like later on, even if it's not the end, we'll try to go into like a live mode and test out this like waterfall area and stuff, because I'm kind of curious to see what it's going to end up being like. But before we do that, let's move back into this gym area. Definitely want to add a few foliage pieces in the gym area. I don't know if it would make a lot of sense, but I just feel like I should add something in here because it looks very bare. Obviously, in the real life, if you had a gym like this in your home, it's an absolute dream, right? Because it's so nice, clear, you kind of just like go in, do your thing and get out, right? But in The Sims, to me, this looks so empty, does it not? Like, I know it's not because it's still functional and we're leaving as much space as possible to make it feel functional, you know, because I would rather just like make it feel functional than it being like completely filled up to the brim and nothing works. But to me, in just my mind, I'm always trying to like, how can I add a few more things into it just to make it feel a little bit more complete? And that is where wallpaper comes in, because I feel like when you add a bit of a busy wallpaper, it definitely does help break that illusion apart that the build is, or like the room in particular, feels relatively empty. So I'll either go for like a masonry build, or, I mean masonry wallpaper, or just wallpaper in general. I wouldn't pick something like this, obviously, but just something that is gonna add a bit of a difference to the room, you know? You definitely wouldn't have that in a wallpaper, I mean in a gym either. So there's like a zigzag one that I used, there we go, this one from Moschino. This one's pretty decent. I actually use this quite a lot throughout most of my like older builds. I don't really use it that much anymore. We can also use a bit of tiling as well. Would you guys want me to change the flooring to like some sort of tiling? Ties everything together? Yeah, 100% I agree. For sure. If you guys have any other suggestions and stuff for like the wallpapers and stuff, definitely let me know and I will definitely consider it. We can also add a bit of an accent wall right along where we have this. It could be pretty cool to have a bit of a difference within this room. I think that's pretty decent. And I also really love adding this like really tiny gym clutter piece. Where did it come from actually? Let me see. I think this is the everyday clutter kit, yeah. So it's kind of convenient to just add it in like right where we have the yoga mats and stuff. Definitely feels super cozy, and you know what, I'm gonna stick with that color scheme because it just feels a little bit more brighter. And I also tried to add a little TV unit area because I feel like in a commercial gym, when you go, they usually have like a few TVs and stuff aligned, normally where you have like right in front of the treadmills, but obviously we have a very nice view and I'd rather prefer that than like a TV unit area. So we're going to place the TV on this side instead. And we can also add a few posters and stuff around the area and just call it a day with the gym. We don't need to add too many stuff to it to make it unnecessarily like furnished, you know? Add like a few posters like this. I think there's a few other posters that I like within the game, but just don't know where they are at the moment. There's like one where she like picks up one of the dumbbells. I think it might have been within this one actually. Hold on, let me see. Oh, it was a guy. I completely forgot. There should be another one though. I think there's another one somewhere else. I'm trying to use as many of the gym posters as possible. Let's see what we got. Once in a while I'll add a metal wall. That is interesting, Aurora. I'll definitely tried to consider that myself as well. The Sims just watch TV anyway. Yeah, I agree. That's why I kind of like I tried to limit myself with not adding too many functional objects in a room. Like let's say like I remember so long ago, nobody suggests this anymore because I think they understand why now. But someone used to recommend like place like computers and like computer desks in each of the bedrooms, and I'm like, first of all, 90% of my bedrooms that wouldn't fit, and number two, they're just going to keep using that instead of going to bed, so it's just not convenient to just add that there. But I kind of like having like a central area where you have like either like a gaming room or like an office room, and they go and use that instead rather than just like having it within the bedroom itself. In real life, it's definitely convenient to have it in your bedroom, but you know, for the Sims, it's not that great. But if you're trying to make something that feels a bit more complete, definitely go with a what's it called? Definitely go with a desk area within the bedroom itself. Especially for like teens and stuff like that is convenient. But for like adult bedrooms, I don't really consider adding what's it called? I don't really consider adding the desks within the adult bedrooms. I don't really have a space for this, but I could try to add this one over here, I guess. I mean, you know what? These posters are low-key quite random. But, I mean, they're not, because it works for the environment that it's in, but let's also add a bit of a seating area over here. But at the same time, they're kind of just like there out of nowhere, you know? There's no purpose of them. Could also add like a little chair in the corner. I think that could be kind of convenient within a gym room, especially with like a little table off to the side, just so you can place your belongings and stuff. Obviously you can place it on the floor as well, but I kind of find it a bit convenient to have as much space as possible. I mean, you know what, this might low-key suck because you know when your Sims have like empty plates and stuff, and then they're just going to go place it in here instead of the kitchen, which is going to be very annoying. But you know, we're doing it for the sake of the design, you know. Did you try the Bridgerton pack / kit? Good question. I haven't actually bothered with it. No, not really. Sims just what. But yeah, have you tried anything with the Bridgerton kit? I have been known to put a vending machine in the gym. Aurora, if it was a commercial gym, 100% valid, but in your own gym is crazy. That is like luxury on point, you know? That's like something you would see in like a very wealthy person's home, for sure. The olives. What is this coin? Yeah. Although I really do like the way the what is it called? Like the way the Bridgerton kits arches look and stuff, and the doorways and stuff. I already get so many people saying stuff like, oh, like you use too many packs, like reduce it, or like use like a limited amount, or like base game and stuff. And obviously because I'm trying to cater to as many people as possible, doesn't really make a lot of sense for me to just keep using more and more packs. So I'm trying to lower the amount that I use, but still obviously maintaining the same quality, just like using different objects instead of like, let's say like if it shows that I'm using one item in particular within a pack, and I'll just like see if I can find like an equivalent for it, then I'll definitely will consider it. I don't really do that at the moment, but I am thinking of just like limiting the amount of packs that I use in some of my builds, just to see how it goes, especially for like a little Sims challenge, or even like a live video challenge with you guys. We can test out to see like how good I can actually create a build with limited packs, and then we can like pick the packs together. And yeah, I feel like that could be like a really fun stream to see how it goes. But for the time being, I am kind of just going with what I think looks best and not really thinking too much about what I'm using and stuff, which I think is the most fun way in my opinion, because I just get to use whatever I want. But yeah, I obviously need to make sure that people are able to like download it and get everything out of it as well, you know. Yeah, the event rewards are quite decent, to be honest. I don't know if we can filter for them actually. There's a few other kits that I don't own either, like none of the clothing. I don't need clothing. I don't play, like, I do, but like I don't play the live edit, like the live mode enough, live mode enough to actually like bother putting money into them. But I will definitely consider it if I end up like playing it so much, you know. What actually came from the event recently though? I'm actually quite curious. I tried to collect almost every single thing from the events ever since they started, so you might see quite a lot here that you guys, maybe you guys have it, I don't know, but I tried to collect most of them. The only things that I don't have, which I'm still quite mad about, is there was like a dinosaur related water slide or something, not water slide but like a slide that came with Adventure Awaits. It was like a color swatch, like the purple one. I'm still so mad because I still couldn't get it, but I'm still really happy that I was able to get the business ticket machine. That one's really good. We also have a vending machine which is available for base game, which is very convenient. We can add that somewhere eventually. There's some really good objects in the events, I'm not gonna lie, like these cushions and stuff are amazing. We can, you know what, let's add this rug, why not? Let's add a little my home. That says my home, right? That literally looks like my home. Oh, these are pretty nice. I've never really used this before. Should we go for the trees or something else? Should we go for this one? Or this one? What else have we got? Obviously you guys already know I use this through and through throughout all of my builds. Oh wait, you know what? The most recent event items might not be here because the Better Build My mod that I'm using, maybe the version doesn't include the updated tagging and stuff, so you might not be able to see them, unfortunately. But I have actually collected them. I have definitely collected them, and I've already finished actually, so they should already be fine. It's in the special section. I'm just reading your yeah, we checked it together. Unfortunately they don't show up at the moment, but it's fine. I wasn't really planning on using it for this build anyway, so it's all good. What would you guys suggest that I place around here though, because it is quite lackluster personally for me? Oh yeah, we haven't even finished this little accent table over here, but personally for me around here I would add a little library nook, so just like a few library books and whatnot. Could be kind of cozy. But if you guys have any good suggestions, I'll definitely consider it for sure. Oh, you never got them? You installed the game late? Fair enough. I mean, they should just be available to everybody, but then again, it kind of defeats the purpose if it's an event item or like a free base game item, you know? So fair enough, but at least you're able to collect them now, you know? I feel like they're getting much better anyway. The initial ones weren't that, like they're good, but they're not, you know, they always get better over time. Like everything, to be honest. Trying to find the bookshelf that I like using a lot, the very modern looking one. This is also a pretty decent thing, but we're not going to use that. A bit too wide. The one that came from Refined Living, there we go, this one. I really love using it. To be fair, it is quite bulky. So maybe, oh wait, speaking of accidentally clicking on that, let me just save this real quick. let's see. What can we do over here? We could also use like that really thin gold one. I like using it, but so I don't know if it will fit in this build, man. Like it's nice, but it's just not. I don't know if it will. You know what we can also do? We can also take that and just place it right over here. I think that's going to look kind of cool to just have like a bit of an accent wall inside as well. And we could do the same for this wall as well. And maybe even for this wall as well. Why not? Let's just add a bit of an accent over there. And right in this middle compartment, we can just use the stone texture. I think that looks very nice and sleek, so we should definitely go for that. And let's also add a seating area here again, and we will also add a few potted plants and whatnot around here as well. So let's just add a bit of this over here, and of course we need to add a few plants. But yeah, if you guys have any input, don't hesitate to ask me and stuff. I will definitely try to consider adding it if I understand. Because sometimes it is kind of difficult. Like sometimes people will be like, oh, like add the second plant from the third row, and I'll be like, I don't know when you said that. If you guys are ever specific though, I'll definitely consider it though, because you know how like sometimes the chats are delayed and stuff, so it gets a bit tricky knowing when someone said what. But yeah, do you guys have any summer plans coming up lately? I know we're nearing towards summer. I mean, we're basically at the start of it and almost pretty much like completing the first bit of it, but you know, still wondering what you guys are up to. You guys are going to go on any holidays and stuff. I would love to know in the comment sections, because I think it'll be very nice to just share a few things like that here and there. Obviously don't share too much, just if you're gonna go somewhere, yes or no. But yeah, let me just extend that a little bit, because that was a bit weird. It was like its own room over on this side. I think this area can stay a little bit empty over on this side instead. And on here, I think it'll be very nice if we add a little, not a little, but a fancy looking mirror above the accent table. Could be kind of cool. This mirror, I've used it so much. I use it quite religiously in all of my old builds. Came from Seasons, really love the way it looks. But for this build, we need something that's going to stand out. You know what I also really love doing? I'll give you guys another little tip. Placing this, this came in like a basement kit related objects and whatnot. And I really love placing it on top of like accent tables. I do this in more I do this in more of my modern builds. I mean like mega mansions and stuff, because I have like the space to do stuff like this. But in this build, I don't really think we have the space, do we? Or should we just keep it? It does look pretty cool, but it's not really fitting that very modern vibe that we're trying to go for. But it's a little tip if you guys like that kind of little detail and whatnot. We can also go for this one and just change the color to a darker swatch. I wish this came in like a black frame. It would have looked very nice and sleek, but unfortunately it just doesn't. Last weekend I went to a family gathering. Over 50 people were there. That is so nice, Aurora. I'm so happy for you, because I loved like the family gatherings and stuff. That is so nice. It just literally creates like core memories and stuff, so I have to agree. Poker Face, I get what you mean when you said like there's a whole village, because yeah, some people genuinely they just have like smaller families in general. I would say we have like an average sized family in real life, myself personally, but 50 is insane. Like I can't even think about 50 family members that are like still here. So yeah, it must be very nice to have like a really huge wholesome family though. Like imagine like an entire, like a big ass dining table area, just like all sitting and eating together. That's so nice. Your weddings are gonna be insane. You're gonna have to you're gonna have like millions of like seating areas within your own wedding, which is, I mean, if you're not already married, it's gonna be an insane wedding. You'll probably pull off like the best night of your life, probably. What was I gonna type here up? We need a bit of these trays. Oh, I see. Your mum hosted, yeah. Your mum must be like very social, and they probably obviously like get along very well with the other 50 family members, which is insane. Like to think about 50 people. That is so cool. I'm so happy for you, genuinely. Like that is so nice to have like a nice family gathering. But yeah, I'm gonna add a few clutter pieces on top of this accent table that we have over here. Nothing too crazy though, because I don't want to overpopulate it. Just in certain areas. I don't even know 50 people right now. Oh god, poker face, it's so relatable, man. That's funny. That is so true. Should we go for a brown tabletop or should we go for the black? I don't really mind either, to be honest. They work very nicely. The brown actually works pretty decently, you know, so we might go for that. I wish the legs were black, but never mind, I spoke too soon. It's literally right next to each other. But I mean, it is a bit of a brighter brown swatch, but it doesn't really matter. It still works very nicely. I'm thinking of adding a light fixture maybe right above, or is that a bit too ridiculous? Like, is that odd? You know what? We can also make it feel a little bit more homey by adding... If we go into the armchairs, we can see these like little poofs. I really love placing these beneath it. I either place the what is it called? The shoe rack thingy over here, because it's kind of like real life as well. I would not want shoes in like the home. So, you know, it's just it just adds a bit of realism, you know. But I also really love adding a few of these like poofs where you can like kind of like pull it out and just like sit on them. Very convenient. Also kind of looks very cozy and complete rather than just like having absolutely nothing there, you know. Also the two different colors also don't look too bad either. Like the... Sorry, I'm just thinking about Poker Face's comment because it was so funny and relatable. Oh my god. Aurora, honestly, I'm in the kind of same situation. My mom has 7 brothers and sisters in total, not individually, in total. So they're kind of like 7 in total, but it never really extends to 50, or does it? Maybe I haven't really just like considered or counted it, but it's never been like 100% every single one of them, and like my cousins and whatnot and their mums and dads all in like the same room. Does that make sense? Like maybe counting it is probably like closer to like 30 probably, but 50 is really insane. Like and even like gathering that, like hosting that, is not an easy thing to do. Imagine like talking to 50 people individually. I'm sure you guys have like a group chat and whatnot, but it's still like, you know, it's amazing how you guys were able to like plan it out and execute the entire plan, you know. Must have been really nice. Personally, I really love family gatherings. That's why I'm kind of like over on about it, because it's a really nice thing to have, and like, you know, it's good memory, you know. But yeah, should we add a few curtains along here? That could be pretty decent. Should we continue with the orange curtains, you guys, or should we not? Should we also add curtains in here, or should we not? Because there's so many questions. We could continue with the curtains, or we could just do something else, because we're not really restricted to this color. It's just in that little room over there. We could add this like dark... Oh wait, what do you guys think about this dark blue color over here? I don't really want to add it over here because we barely get any sunlight in here, as you guys can currently see, and I don't want to block the existing sunlight that goes into this backyard area, because I don't know if you guys can tell, but there's no backyard hitting, there's no lighting hitting this backyard, which I might actually end up rotating this entire lot, because as you guys can currently see when I save, might as well save right now because I opened it. You guys can currently see that we're seeing the side of the home and we're not seeing the front. So it might be actually a bit convenient to rotate it so that the lighting hits the backyard instead of the side of the home. Could be a good food for thought, you know? I mean, there's no food, but you know, you guys get the saying. But yeah, I think we're kind of like done with this little area. We can kind of like move on into adding some extra stuff into this office room area. That looks very nice. Thank you so much. We began planning it in January. Oh, you began planning it in January. Oh, okay. So you had so much time to go for it. Yeah, fair enough then. Makes sense then, especially with that many people. But yeah, what do you guys want me to do? You guys have like a specific plan for this office room area or any space in general within the entire build? Because I'm thinking we could potentially go for something like maybe we could do something else around this like little middle area. Or we could do something else in this little area as well, like change up the colors and stuff if you guys want like a specific color scheme. I don't want it to seem very dull, you know, throughout the entire build. So just incorporating a bit of color could make it feel a little bit lively. But yeah, if you guys are on TikTok, I highly recommend you guys to leave a like and press that little copy link button, because apparently it like is counted within the TikTok app, so it will be greatly appreciated. But for this room in particular, maybe we can go for like an emerald greenish color. Could be kind of cool. But you guys can obviously always stop me and just suggest something else, and we could definitely pivot towards that instead. But yeah, so we're gonna have the main office room area over on this side. Definitely want to start off with the curtains. We could either go for this bright bluish color. You know what, we can also have like a blue office room area. I haven't actually done a blue themed office room ever, actually. I've done like a few green ones, a red one, dark brown one, but never really a blue one, so that could be kind of cool. We could go for, we could kind of be expressive and go for something like this. I know this is green, but like a bit of an accent wall like this. It's a bit too over the top for my liking, but it just adds a bit of pop of color here and there, you know. We can also do, since we don't have like quite a lot of wall space, we could do something like that as well over on that side, but then keep this like a dark gray, or we can introduce a bit of the wood. That can also be a good option. So we could do something like this potentially. I want it to look good from like far away as well, you know. Or should we stick with the orange curtains for the sake of consistency? That's another question that I have for you guys, because I'm open to anything. We don't have TikTok here yet, unfortunately. You guys got away with it. Oh wait, I think you weren't joking, Poker Face. Do you mean like you're not allowed, you can't download TikTok or something from where you are? I thought you were making like a joke, like, oh, we don't have TikTok over there, so we don't need to do it. I thought you were making a joke, but I think you were being serious. But for the main desk area, we could try to go for this one. Does this color match? Like these two, like the orange and this turquoisey teal color. This, I really like this foresty greenish color with the gold accents in between. I could also filter for specific colors. Maybe we can try to find something like that. See, they always come in like this specific color, like it's like an emerald green, like a really dark foresty greenish color. To be fair, wait a minute, this one has the gold sort of like outlining around it. This could be a potential one. What do you guys think? Brown is decent, the beige is decent. To be fair, I have never used this before. It's the gem game pack, right? Or the stuff pack. It's a really good one actually, pretty decent, and it comes with some very nice wallpapers as well. That kit or pack, wherever it is. It's banned? No way. Where the hell is that? Where are you to be banned from? Or like not you, but like where are you for it to be banned? That is crazy. I would have assumed like the US, but they have like deals and stuff, so it's not banned. It might be maybe I've heard about it on the news, but I don't remember in particular. Dark green is perfect. Nikki, you're still here. Glad to see you. Dark green is perfect. Okay, we'll go for the dark green. Why not? Let's go for this one, since we do have like that yellowish goldish accent from it, which I think is pretty cool. It kind of combines and ties in well with the curtains that we have going on. I wanted to place this like this. Is it weird for me to do that? We can either place like a seating area over here, or we could place the desk. I was thinking like the desk could be kind of cool, but now that I'm looking at it, it would probably make a little bit more sense to not place this over here, for the sake of everything functioning properly. But I really love the way it kind of like looks, you know, if we did this. Hold on, trust the process, guys. Give me 1 second. Hold on, I need to get rid of that filter. There we go. If we do something like this, and is there no yellow? I have the blue, but I don't want to. I don't want to make everything too repetitive. Like this matches, yes, but we're either gonna go for the plain white for the chair, or the plain black, because nothing else really matches right now. And I probably would have went for like a more of like a yellow mustard color for the seat, but we don't have that. So, or we could just find a completely new chair instead of worrying about it for no reason. Could do this one. This one's actually not that bad. It's a bit too orange though. Like at least the legs of this chair should have been like black, you know, like the outlining. Yeah, we ain't gonna use that. I'd rather just go for this design, to be honest. Could also go for like a burgundy color for the seat, or we can go for a brown, or the white, whatever you guys want. You guys can let me know. That's not too bad, to be honest, like having it all being the same. But if we do that, I'll probably just like place it over here, you know. Oh, India, really? It's banned? That is insane. I haven't heard about that actually. I'm quite surprised about that. It's perfect in the corner, Nikki. Okay. We could do that. I just hope it works. Like your sins, you should be able to get around it and actually work on it, hopefully. I low-key like the way that looks, but at the same time, what the hell am I going to place over here? Like a little seating area? And then we can have like a TV over on this side. Bookshelves along this wall. That's a good idea for like a start. I also want to incorporate an easel because I like adding stuff like that within the actual office area. Just to make sure that every single room in the house, in general, not just this one in particular, but to make every single room feel as functional as possible. We can also create like a really custom design over here. To be fair, we could also use another fireplace. I'm just not sure if we want to go ahead with that or not. Like, I have a few options for you guys. We can either do something like this, Either something like this, because I feel like it pops very nicely from the color of the wall, or we can do not that, maybe this one, something like this. So you guys can definitely pick, and you guys can let me know what you guys think about it. Either we go for the fireplace design or the custom modular shelving unit piece design, and we'll obviously add a bit of clutter on both of them, so it doesn't really matter which one we pick. Let's see what else we can add to this room. Low-key, we need to add a bit of these curtains as well on this side as well, but I'm not going to make it like too much on the window, more so on like the colored wall itself, just so it kind of just there's as much visible light as possible. And I'm guessing we're going to stick with the mustard yellow color throughout this entire house. I don't know if this is going to work over there. Like, I really love the way it looked, and you guys know that was my original plan. It's just a bit tricky to make it all fit perfectly. Definitely want to incorporate the Book Nook two-seaters within this room. I think it's going to look very nice. So let's go for these guys, and I don't think they come in like a singular armchair version, so we're going to be able to just work with this and just try to make something work with it. So I'm thinking either we could do something like this, or we could move the living space, sorry, the desk over on that side and create something like this on this side. And then place the actual the main desk area over there. And then we can have like a bit of like a seating situation over here. And then right opposite it, we can have the fireplace. See, let me just place these trees. I mean, we literally have a fireplace, we don't need a tray holding candle thingy, you know, but I just really like the way it looked, you know, so I'm gonna add that. You can also add a few of these luxe seats as well. I just really love using these ones, and just want to make sure that we leave enough space for the back of that chair. And you know what, these chairs are actually a bit too big for the build, so let's go for these ones instead. You know, we can also do something like this, which is it faces away from the desk area, which, I mean, the whole point of these is to like, so you can like sit down and like have like a meeting. I mean, that's what they do in like normal office rooms with these chairs, but I kind of like the way that's looking, to be fair. I mean, it doesn't really match the overall vibe that we got going on. But I mean, we don't really have much of an option. That's not too bad, to be fair, like this little design. It's okay. Now it's a dining table. Oh god. Wait, when did you say that? Oh, I think you're talking about the fireplace area and the cabinets. Or are you talking about the chairs because it might be too much? The modern retreat kit. I don't think I have that kit. I think I know which one you're talking about, but I haven't seen it. I really like the way that fire place looks. Actually, it's very modern and sleek, but I haven't really got it. I feel like it just wasn't really that necessary. But I don't know, if you guys want me to, I'll definitely consider getting it. But as I mentioned, people already complain enough that I use too many packs, so I'm just like, if I introduce another one, it's going to be a nightmare to like balance everything out. So I'm just like, I try to stop getting them. I mean, the last thing that I probably bought was the royalty expansion pack, because I really love the entire system, and obviously it's the last pack I'm gonna get it. But for the kits, I'm just like, it is what it is. I know modern is literally my name, my middle name, but you know, I don't know if it was worth getting. And just like, I mean, I would love to use it for my own sake, but for the builds, I'm not really sure if I want to introduce even more packs and stuff. But if I do get more kits in the future, I'll definitely get that one first over anything else, even though I really do love the arches and the columns that came from the Bridgerton expansion pack, the Bridgerton kit that came out a few weeks ago. But yeah, I really do love those arches because I use arches in all of my builds. But yeah, I really want to compromise a little bit and not give in too much. There's a few marketplace like free objects and stuff like that. I'm not even going to think about any of the marketplace objects at all. I'm not even going to touch any of them. So I mean, I know there's a few like free ones or whatever. I haven't even collected those because I feel like nobody's really going to bother with them. So yeah, I just didn't really want to bother touching it at the moment. Kind of happy with everything that I have right now. I don't feel like I need anything else. Anya, welcome to the stream. Thanks so much for joining over on YouTube. Hope you're having a great Saturday so far, wherever you are. Yeah, I was gonna add a I know I keep going on a tangent once someone asks me a question, so I do apologize if I long out my answers. I just want to be interactive and talk with you guys. That's why. But don't take it to like, don't be like, oh my god, this guy's gonna keep rambling on and on and on. You guys can definitely ask questions without me rambling too much. I just want to give like a reason why, you know, in case you guys were wondering. But yeah, I really love the idea of having this like little table right in the middle. It look pretty decent. And then for the actual computer unit area, I pretty much always use the same thing. I really love using this computer in particular, the immersive bend. I just feel like it looks super sleek. And once again, we're going to use a few of these lots of pieces in between. We can also use it as the same color. Let's set. Go. I think this is the one that came from the Everyday Clutter kit, if I'm not mistaken. Could be wrong about that though. Poker face is like, when is this end? When is this ending? No, I'm joking. You asked how long do I usually stream? That is a good question. Honestly, before the break that I took for the last 2 months or 3 months, well, 2, I'm stretching it out, it's like 1.5. I was streaming like max 4 hours at a time. That was like my max, but on average I'll do like 1 or 2 hours, mostly 2.5 hours. But this one, since I started like really early, I don't know when to finish. Obviously I need to go eat and stuff like that, but like I like delay it so I could do it later on. I don't really know. I don't really have like a specific set time frame. I just do it whenever I feel like it, to be honest, and end it whenever I feel like I need to go or whatever. You were doing good. I like a yapper. That's good to hear then, because I try to be a bit more interactive with you guys. Yeah, oh, did not mean to move that. Bright red headphones, hell yeah. Let's just go for the default. You know, it's a bit too matchy though, you know, like let's change it up a bit. Let's do this. It's a bit of like that bluish color in the headset, but then this doesn't match. So let's do that. There we go. I think that matches a bit nicer. Let's also place that on top, why not? And let's get a book as well and place it around the desk. There we go. And then over here, we can add the matching side tables that came with this Book Nook kit. Let's see where it is. Where is it? This one, there we go. Could also change the color of this as well. Completely forgot about that. There we go. Something like that could be pretty decent. And I noticed that it's kind of clipping into the wall, so let me just fix that. And let's also get a book thingy. Ideally I would have wanted to add a like a bedside lamp or like thingy over here, but I want to have a bit of these stacked books as well, like this one in particular. I really like the way this one looks. And maybe like a little rug beneath it as well. You know what? I'm actually going to use this rug because I really love the way it looks. And I think it's going to work. This almost like dark brownish, greenish color works very nicely actually. And we can place another one around here, I think, without making it look like it's too much. It's not gonna work. This one's pretty decent around here, like something like that. And then we can get a few bookshelves and stuff. Ooh, can't move it anymore, so that kind of sucks, but just have this little space here and there. That looks very nice. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Now I'm just wondering if I can catch the next stream as well. Poker Face. Yeah, I was just joking about, but probably. I don't know about tomorrow. Maybe on Tuesday would probably be my next stream, and then Wednesday, Thursday, Friday kind of just like repeats the same process. So then, because I kind of need to set up a video for Monday, like I usually post on Mondays and Fridays if I can get like an extra video out. Do you use the Maker Kit stuff? Shaya, I hope I'm saying your name right. No, I don't use any of the Maker Kit stuff. I don't really have any interest. I haven't really looked at them, nor have I really had any interest in them. I've seen a lot of backlash, so I was like, let me just steer away from them. Now I forgot what comes with kit or pack. Yeah, honestly, it gets like that with the amount that exists within this game. It gets a bit tricky staying on track with all of their namings and stuff. I'm kind of surprised sometimes when I remember the names of what comes in certain packs, to be honest. but I kind of have to so that I can let you guys know. Have you bought furniture kit on the marketplace? Once again, no, I haven't really thought about it. Didn't really want to bother with it either. And if I really wanted a kit, I'll probably get like the normal one. I probably wouldn't get a maker pack, solely because the value of them isn't really the same, unfortunately. And there's just been a lot of backlash lately, and I don't really want to get involved with any of it, with any of the viewers and whatnot, so just gonna keep it very chill with everybody. But yeah, let me see what kind of bookshelf we want to go for. I really love this bulky one, but it's a bit too bulky for this room. We could still try to use it though and place this over on this side, but then it kind of hides away the... Definitely does hide the door a little bit, which is not ideal. I think this comes in like a nice greenish color, no? Oh, it comes in a blue. That's not bad. We could definitely go for that. I think that matches very nicely. Kind of matches, but at the same time doesn't, you know? And we can also... Let me move these thingies, the lights. And we can add like a custom pendant lighting above it as well. Definitely go for it. Download this build once I'm done. I'll be really happy for you guys to use it and stuff. 2 maker kits from the thing. That's really nice. I hope you enjoy them and you get good use out of them. They're not bad for any means. I just don't use them because I feel like I already use so many kits and packs, and I already get people who tell me like, can you please use less? So I'm just like trying to not feed into it and use too much in my builds. Otherwise it doesn't really make it that accessible to everybody. But yeah, just like trying to make stuff that feels a bit more accessible to everyone. So always using like the same, more popular packs and stuff like that, you know? Let me see, what kind of lighting fixture should we use? Should we use the same ones? I don't really want to, but at the same time we have no other option. We have these. We only have those two when it comes to different height variations of the light fixtures. The other ones don't really fit that well, unfortunately. This one is nice, but it's just very high up in the ceiling because we have the really tall wall heights. We could use this. It looks very like I don't know if it works for this build, but we can still go for it. Why not? Bit of a difference within this build as well. Let's add a little painting on this wall as well. And then once I'm finished with this first row, I'll probably call it a day because there's things that we need to get done, you know. Let's see. I'm trying to find the specific paintings that came with the pack, but not really. You know what? No mind. Let's just use this. This is very convenient and it works everywhere. Loki has all the colors that we're using in this build anyway, so just convenient. And they also have like their own ensuite as well, which I think is kind of cool. Let's just use the same window. And we can place like a little bathtub, toilet, and a sink right over here. It's conveniently nothing too crazy. What would you guys place in this little room connected to the office? I would love to know, because the only thing that I can think of is personally just like creating a little ensuite just to make it a little bit more convenient for gameplay. I mean, the toilet is literally right next to it, but being in the same room just gives it that extra fanciness, you know? This is my first time watching you. Where did you get your inspiration from? Your builds are amazing. Thank you so much, Top Girl 281. I really do appreciate your kind comment, and welcome to the stream. I'm glad to have you here on this fine Saturday, and I hope you're having a great Saturday regardless. So the main inspiration actually comes from this image in particular, but unfortunately today it's not showing up. I really wanted to, like, it's supposed to show up, but it's not. See my mouse? What the hell? I tried to pull it up for you guys, but there we go. It finally worked. I just had to change a few things. So this is the reference image that we're working off of, and I'll give you like a little bit of a external view if you want to see it real quick. We just like try to replicate it as best as possible for this build. I feel like it turned out pretty nice. Kind of gets like the main vision across. You have like the little slope down bit going towards the garage area, which is fake, by the way. We just ended up placing these doors on like a foundation. We need to still fix this area, I know, but yeah, just like try to make it match the reference image. I hope it does kind of match it. And towards the back end area we kind of have this oval backyard area that is kind of elevated with its own private infinity pool going into like a little custom pond. We have the little like ripples in the water as well, which is like a nice little added touch. I don't know if it's 100% finished yet, but you know, we're still working on like adding a few things here and there to the exterior. But yeah, that is pretty much it. And for the second floor, we just have a nice little floor plan laid out. We've done that in like the previous streams, and it's like the main design that we have going on so far for the kitchen and the living space and the dining table area. It's very cozy, very like color matched and stuff. Little gym area, nothing too crazy, and the laundry and bathroom, and then we're kind of just like focusing on the little office area first, and then we're gonna kind of like call it a day. Yeah, you in the chat always decorate so nicely. I rarely disagree with anything picked. That's so kind on what's up. Thank you so much. I agree. You guys always have great suggestions, including you. I'm what's up. You've had some very good thoughts and suggestions as well in my previous live streams as well. So thank you so much. My rich sim will be in there. I love to hear that. They definitely will, because it is a relatively expensive build. It's 161k. And we're still not even done with the build at all. There's still the second floor, which is going to be definitely very expensive, because I'm going to use a lot of luxurious stuff. And oh yeah, if you guys haven't seen the other live streams, we have the primary bedroom suite over here. They have their own ensuite, walk-in wardrobe area. There's going to be like a nursery or whatever, or a toddler bedroom, either one. This could be a nursery as well. A little hangout room over here. And obviously the main showpiece, low-key, somehow ended up being this, which is like an overhang 2-story ceilinged living room area with the poles and stuff supporting the lighting fixture. I feel like a little custom touch like that definitely makes the build feel a little bit more personal and unique. But yeah, just gonna continue with this bathroom real quick. If you guys have any questions, don't hesitate to let them know, or let them be in the comment sections. I'd love to see them. For the tiling, let's go for, I don't want to go for something too dark, but I don't want to go for the same thing that we have over here, you know? But it's always going to end up kind of being relatively the same, because obviously we're trying to stick to a main specific color scheme and whatnot. So yeah, still sink. I think I'm going to add a standalone sink over here instead. Maybe this one from Sleek Bathroom Kit could be a bit more convenient. Or we can also go for this one as well. This one's not too bad at all. I used to hate this one because of like, it used to stand on like these really small skinny legs, but you know what, a lot of fancy homes in real life, like the interior designs that I see, they have very similar looking sinks like this, and I'm like, why? You're rich, you can make something nice. And they go for something like this, and now I'm kind of conditioned to be like, when I use this, I use it in my fancy homes because it matches that style so much. Even though it does, in my eyes, initially it never looked like a fancy option. Yeah, you know what? We can actually go for this one as well. Why not? It looks like just a tad bit less sleek than the other one that we use in the other bathroom. You know what, let's go for the dark brown. I feel like the dark brown within the Dreamhome Decorator game pack, some of the dark browns don't look that great. Like, they look like this. It's like, it's not a good dark brown, you know? I would have picked a better color swatch, but it is what it is. I wish we had like the color wheel. That would have been so helpful for builds, for sure, but unfortunately, that's not the case. Tyler, you like the pool with the pond? Thank you so much. That was a fun little thing that we did towards the start of the stream. I really love the way it turned out as well. I have to agree with you. I wish we had functioning vehicles. Yeah, I honestly wish we had a vehicle pack or game pack or anything to do with cars as like the last thing. I would have been so happy with it, because I do like so many fake garages and stuff in almost 90% of my builds, so it would have been so nice. Thanks for streaming today. I'll head out for now. See ya. Thank you so much for joining this entire time, Pokerface. I really do appreciate it. I hope you have a great rest of your day. Yeah, I agree, Aurora. It's very minimalist, very nice and simple. Nothing too crazy for this build. Nikki, so now I can wait until you finish so you can download the build. I love to hear that. Definitely will be finished very soon, so just stay tuned on the channels and stuff, and I'll definitely release it and let you guys know. But let me finish this bathroom real quick before wrapping up though. Hold up. Definitely need to add a few. You know, the only thing I don't like about this sink, yeah, is you can't add like the, oh, you can add something like this. Oh, hold on. The lone toilet paper. Yes, great. We can't add any like soaps and stuff on top of this, which is kind of annoying. I would have personally done that, but yeah, I'm gonna change it to this brighter brown color swatch. I think that's gonna work a little bit nicer. And let me just add let me add this. I've been using this rug quite often throughout this entire build. I like the way it looks. I really hate the idea of a carpet or a rug or anything like that right next to the toilet. It just, to me, it makes absolutely no sense. But you know, each to their own, you know. I mean, because we have no space here, I kind of want to place it like this, low-key. But I imagine this in real life, it's gonna like scrape and then move all the way over here in real life. But in the Sims, we ain't got to worry about that, so you know, we're good. Kind of a unique design as well, because I'll probably never do that in my other builds. Let's add a little robe as well along the wall. And just change the colors up a little bit, because if I don't, I'll just go for like a very monochromatic look to it, and I should definitely change it up a little bit here and there. Definitely not go for the black. Let's go for something like this. Maybe like a bit of color could look pretty interesting. Kind of prefer it on this wall though. Maybe do something else on this wall. Let's go into the myth and let's see if we can. Oh, the grey. The grey is not too bad. Or this one as well. That's pretty decent as well, like with the half wall sort of different lining and stuff. That could be pretty decent. Save game. Oh, I should definitely do that. Thank you. Hold on, let me save. I don't remember the last time that I saved, so thank you for reminding me. Ooh. Wait, in case you're wondering why is this guy not saving, I save like this normally. I save it to the gallery because it is a build and it's not to do with like live mode gameplay and stuff. I don't really have to worry about losing anything right now because I could just grab it back from the gallery and just place it down if I have any issues. Another little like small build tip if you guys like building in general and want to save and make sure that your builds don't get lost. Plus I found that it's kind of quicker than just saving normally. Yeah, let me just add one final little painting. We'll call it a day. But yeah, I'm super happy with the way it's coming along so far. First floor is finally complete. Only have the second floor left to do. You guys will probably see that in a normal video rather than just like a live stream. But thank you to every single one of you guys who have stuck around towards the entire journey and stuff and seen it happen from like nothing to something. I really do appreciate every single one of you guys. So just a quick rundown. Once again, we have a nice outdoor backyard area. I really just love this view. It just looks super dreamy. Like, I would love to be somewhere like this right now in real life, with like a private resort, flowing infinity pool backyard, little campfire out the back, and then obviously we have the sides and stuff. No area looks empty or like incomplete, you know, just like trying to make it like lived in and like complete with the rest of the environment that we have. Obviously we have the little driveway with the spotlights going into the driveway, and if you want like a little night view, we also have this very grand looking view to it, which I think definitely matches the current reference image that we're going off of. Oh yeah, wait, before I go though, let me actually fix this thing, because this is so annoying to see this. Negative 0.5, no, that's too much. Negative 0.1, let's do another one. Well, that's kind of annoying. Let's do negative 0.05. Oh wait, I was supposed to do positive. Whoops. Oh my god, it's so annoying. Negative 0.02. There we go, that's perfect. And then let's do, it's not the same unfortunately, so let's just do negative 0.3. Let's just do 0.1. And then let's lower it by negative 0.01. Still subtle, it's not enough. Negative 0.01. There we go, it's not like that. I mean, it's a bit weird on the bottom, but nobody's going to notice that, it's fine. But yeah, so that is pretty much it for this entire stream. So thank you so much to every single one of you guys who have stuck around. I really do appreciate it. You gave a like, thank you so much. I appreciate it so much. It's looking fabulous, Aurora, thank you so much. What's up, have a good one. Thank you, and you too, have a great rest of your weekend, you guys. So now I can't wait for you to finish it and put it. Yeah, I'm glad that you guys are liking the build. And yeah, I'll see you guys in my next video or live stream. So make sure to tune in, make sure to turn on your notifications if you guys want to. No pressure at all. But yeah, so thanks so much for watching, and I'll see you guys in one of my next builds or live streams.